Hello, it's Paul Driscoll here, aka The Drisk, and I thought I would continue my series of deep diving into Amiga Power. And I've been blown away by positive feedback that people have had. They really get the idea of, I know these are long videos, but people seem to love the fact that, I'm deep diving and basically bringing to light a lot of these like news stories. I think it gives a real period in time. And if you want to understand Amiga history in depth, I think it's a fantastic way to do it. Right. This is on issue 3, which came out in July 1991 for the princely sum of £2.95. And immediately looking at it, you can see there's some amazing games coming out. There's Toki being reviewed. You've also got an article with Core saying they're bored of boring flight sims. An in-depth article into what is the CDTV, which was like their, before the CD32, it was their CD console. Now, as you can see, this month they didn't have a free game. This was because they were told, all the 16-bit magazines, that they couldn't put free games until right at the end, really. But, I think they've done a pretty good job here. It's got 2 demos on it. There's a demo for Exile, a demo for Prehistoric, and then you've got 3 amazing PD games. There's Amoeba Invaders, really, really fun sort of Space Invader clone. Tiles, basically Shanghai or, Mahjong, but a great version. And then Frantic Freddy, which was, I think it was a VIC-20 game originally, but it's been PD-ified and stuck on the disc as well. Oh, and there you've also got F-15 Strike Eagle 2. So lots of exciting things to look through. Okay, so first of all, we get this wonderful double advert spread. And this is a great lineup. It says, "It's got to be good to be gold. The very best of software entertainment, sourced from around the world or created by Britain's most exciting and innovative development talents." So the first one here is Cruise for a Corpse. I love this game. And it says, based in the 1920s, Inspector Raoul de Sentier is aboard the ship in the Mediterranean. But no sooner has the cruise begun when Raoul is summoned to investigate a crime, the murder of his host Nikos Karaboudjan, the Greek shipping magnate. It's up to Raoul to throw some light on this sinister mystery. Wide range of actions, including the option to question other characters in true Agatha Christie style. PC version features 256 colours, Adlib and Rodland Sonic support, and Amiga version features 32 colours. Came out on the Atari ST, Amiga and PC. This of course done by Delphine Software and was really good. It basically a Hercule Poirot style game. Then we have Secret of Monkey Island. Yes, that was reviewed last issue and it's an amazing game. And this is a comedy set in the golden age of piracy in the Caribbean. The game's twisty plot leads our hero fresh from the old world on a hilarious, complex, swashbuckling search for the fabled Secret of Monkey Island. Features dazzling 3D graphics, an original reggae soundtrack, and a point-and-click no-typing interface. Wide variety of original entertainment puzzles unravel hidden meanings in hilarious repartee. Proportionally scaled animated characters and cinematic pans and camera angles. This came out on the Atari ST, Amiga and PC. Then the not so good but interesting Crime Wave, and it says a powerful detective drama. Powerful crime syndicate has taken over large areas of our major cities, turning them into a vast criminal wasteland. Arson, extortion, drug distribution, and now terrorist abduction. Your purpose? Wipe out the criminal organisation and rescue the president's daughter. More than a shoot-'em-up game, Crime Wave contains secret rooms, switches, key cards, different weapons, varying levels of difficulty, along with a variety of other strategy elements that provide endless hours of challenge and excitement. A multitude of brilliant 256 colour scrolling game screens. Credible digitised motion graphics featuring real actors and models. And this came out on the Atari ST, Amiga and PC. And then finally, there is ADS, standing for Advanced Destroyer Simulator, from the creators of Sherman M4, it says. And it says, it's World War II. The naval forces of the world are waging war in fierce and unrelenting sea battles. You must command the destroyer and succeed in beating naval and air forces in 15 challenging missions. ADS is a stunning sea battle simulator using 3D technology. 40-page manual includes detailed maps of the combat zones together with historical and technical information. Adjustable difficulty level will suit all levels of player. And this came out on the Atari ST, Amiga and PC. So moving on to the contents page, and you can see here saying some of the things that's going to be talking about, like F-15 Strike, Eagle 2, Toki, Life and Death, I love that game, PP Hammer, Deuteros and Spot, great liner, and yes, some really interesting reviews here. It then goes into all about the disc. So first of all, you have Exile. This was reviewed in issue 1 and is audio Genix, sort of great, sort of, I don't know how to describe it. It's sort of like almost a bit like Thrust, but in a jetpack. It's really, really good. I guess it's like Thrust as well, which of course the guys did. And then you've got a demo for Prehistoric. I love this. This is done by Titus, and it's one of the games I have a real soft spot for. And you know, a lot of it was discovering this demo when it got first given on this. I just played it to death until I could get my own copy of Prehistoric and play the full game. And then you have 3 really good best of PD. The first one is Tiles, and it says Shanghai happens to be one of the most difficult to get hold of and most asked after of our all-time top 100 games. So why you wait for Activision's Shanghai 2, which never got released by the way, why not spend some time with Tiles, a nifty little PD variant. Then you have Frantic Freddy. It's frantic, it's got someone called Freddy in it, and it's excellent to boot. Climb ladders, collect food, and try to avoid getting caught up by the baddies. It's ridiculously simple but ludicrously good fun. What more could you want? And then the final one that they give is Amoeba Invaders, a classic PD version of the oldest arcade game. Well, it's not, but I mean Space Invaders, of course. And then they say Amoeba Invaders offers dumb as they come aliens, a handful of buildings to hide behind, and one weedy little gun. We'll even show you how it all works, as if it needs explaining. They say it's all explained over the page. So yeah, so they show here more about the invaders and yeah, just more about the games there. Then there's a lovely advert for CyberCon 3 and some of the other reviews, like the one gave it 93%, ST Action gave it 87%. Computer and Video Games gave it 87%, saying this is the most involved 3D game I've ever seen, they say. Amiga Action says gave 91%, and they say Assembly Line and Ricardo Pinto have done an excellent job on the storyline and game. You're guaranteed hours of fun playing this game. Excellent, it says. Amiga Format gave it 90%. CU Amiga gave it 93%, saying a stunningly detailed virtual reality. If you're after a definitive 3D experience, this is where to find it. And of course, Amiga Power gave the review the other issue and says a deeply serious, immensely playable and generally enormous 3D experience that's quite possibly the only game you'll need to buy this year, they say. And the release date was the 20th of May 1991, and it came out on the Atari ST, Amiga and IBM. So then we come to the news, and the first article is the world ready for £2.99 budget games, they ask. And it says the Prism Collection on £2.99 games, 26 titles due by September. Could this be the beginning of pocket money price war? And it says here, Prism Leisure certainly think it is. They've significantly undercut existing ranges of Amiga budget software with their 16-bit Pocket Power collection. The games, which come in little transparent plastic sleeves, are designed to be either hung from stands or wall displays on little hooks or stacked up near the counter. and they're intended to be impulse purchases as much as anything. We're getting a terrific response, a spokesman for the company told us. Kids tend to go into a shop to buy another product, see our games at the counter and say, oh, well, I might as well have one of these too. We don't want our pocket power range to hit full price sales. We don't think it will. But obviously, these are far less of a risk for the consumer. It's price that drives sales rather than product at this level. Indeed, if you've already got 16 games out there at the moment, haven't you? Yes, with another 12 due on the Amiga before September. But what titles are actually on offer? Well, we're not telling you here. It's the perfect cue to send you tripping over to page 80 where we review a bulk of them. Then we have another news item with Clancy's back. Fans of Tom the Hunt for Red October, Clancy will no doubt be eagerly awaiting Accolade's FRP interpretation of his novel, The Cardinal of the Kremlin. Wait no longer, it should be out any day now. And they say ... while these guys haven't been here before, rather odder sounding are new games from Demonware Kaiko, mind-bending aliens from outer space. It's sort of an interactive movie, and Super Darina is simply an arcade adventure with an odd name, while Ninjas in Space is a shinobi meets alien extravaganza. Look out for a release around September. Try and remember some of those games. We'll see on the video. And then they have a box out saying, already we're Britain's best-selling Amiga games mag. In fact, though, we don't have the figures at hand to prove it. We might even be the world's bestseller. But let's explain the claim we can prove first. To start with, we don't have an ABC figure yet. The only way to really guarantee what a magazine sells, and it won't be able to until February next year. Yes, they take that long. However, neither do many of our rivals. One that do include our market leader sister magazine, Amiga Format, 81,000, and its rival CU Amiga, 50,000 sales of the magazines, both of which cover lots of serious computing topics as well as games, so we can safely leave them out of the equation. Of the games only mags, Amiga Action sells 30,000, and the publisher for the new Indepth, The One for Amiga games, claim sales of 48,000. All the others managed to figure so low they're not even worth considering. And us? Well, the first issue sold 55,000, so we're number one. But then, of course, that's only to be expected, they say. Then we get Gremlin's Autumn lineup. This is Sheffield's finest, has a whole bundle of these new things lined up for the second half of the year. The graphically stunning Little Devil, or however you're meant to write it, still seems to have the open-ended release date this side of Birds of Prey, but there's more than enough here to make up for it. So first of all, in June and July, Hero Quest expansion packs. 2 of these are due 5 or 6 weeks apart, based on elements of the expansion packs created for the original board game. Each provides 10 new quests set in the Hero Quest world for use with Gremlin's recent and highly rated conversion of the same game. Return of the Witchlord will be followed by Keller's Keep, both at the price of around $12.99 mark. And it's quite sad, although Return of the Witchlord did get released, they sadly never did Keller's Keep, and I've always wanted, if there's any clever, smart people out there that could develop for the Amiga, if ever there could be some bonus discs, I mean, I think they would sell as well. I mean, it would be so good playing all the extra missions on Hero Quest. It's such a shame we only got Return of the Witchlord to play. Then in late July, August, they have Pegasus. I love this game. Divided into 5 levels, but each of those broken up into 10 distinct stages. Pegasus is an epic fantasy shoot-'em-up come arcade adventure put together by the Optimus team, last seen working for Codemasters. You play a fantasy warrior who rides a flying horse, hence the title, a working name that since stuck. Half the game, i.e. 25 sections, make up a horizontally scrolling blaster while you're riding on your nicely animated flying mount. The rest is a Ghosts and Goblins style hack and slash affair Graphically, it's rather beautiful. Just how good it is depends purely on the game design, and that was a great game. Then there's Utopia, to be released in September. Imagine a futuristic, slightly cartoony Sim City viewed in a 3D isometric Poplar-style fashion, and you've got Utopia. A new project from Portsmouth programmers Graham Ing and Robert Crack, the men behind the BSS Jane Seymour game. The task in the game is to get that old, indefinable the quality of life up to 90% for the bulk of your population. There are various ways you can do this, but one might as well do something about the bomber attacks a bunch of aliens keep making on your town. Then in early November, they plan to release Lotus Turbo Challenge 2. My word, this is a classic to be coming up. And it says you'll notice the word Esprit has been missed out this time. That's because the new program actually includes other models from the Lotus range, particularly the new open-top Elan sports car. This time the game takes much more of an arcadey outrun approach, with stages being segments from a road race across America. Some using the Esprit, some the slower but better handling Elan. 10 different colours of car. The variety was rather more, shall we say, limited in the original game. Varying weather conditions, tunnels, rain, night, fog. A full screen display when operating in one-player mode. That was probably the biggest thing, and the opportunity to link machines to allow drivers to get in on simultaneous action. Differentiate the two products. A data disk track editor will follow. I don't think they ever did that, but they did include a track editor in the third game. And then finally, this is one I don't remember, maybe it got cancelled, but it was called Flag, to be released in Christmas. And this is a Poplar style 3D isometric game. Don't they seem to be all the rage all of a sudden? From Lost Patrol creator Ian Harling. Flag tells the story of a war between two villages through various different time zones. More of a straight war game than Populous, it nevertheless promised that it will have a fun, light tone. Then on the other page we have Captain Planet, Mindscape's green superhero game based on the successful series of Saturday's morning cartoons. It's coming on steadily under the guidance of industry veteran and Bomboozle creator Tony Crowther. But who or what is Captain Planet? Well, he's a recently created ecologically sound superhero who features in stories highlighting assorted environmental threats to the planet. The plot has Gaia, the spirit of the earth, reawake after a long sleep to find the health of the planet under threat from an uncaring mankind. Seeking help from the children of the world, she sends 5 magic rings to 5 youngsters around the globe, taking them to a secluded island and teaching them the secrets of nature. Each character learns a different power associated with the element: earth, air, fire, water, wind, and a new one, heart, which when combined produce Captain Planet. A whole, says here, is indeed greater than the sum of its parts. Various levels feature the player taking control of each of the animated pals, using their newfound skills to fight enemies and get about the place. In one section, for instance, a character grows gigantic multi-platform trees by sprinkling with water from mini clouds to provide ladders across the screen, spookily similar to a sequence in the upcoming Bitmap Brothers game Magic Pockets, while another big-hearted character spreads the love around. Despite the kiddie cartoon background, the game actually looks quite impressive. Keep an eye out for it on release in October. And then it says Kicks Revisited. Remember Kicks, the old arcade game where you got to zoom around the screen, boxing off sections of the play area, and so turning them to your colour with the trail you leave behind you, all the time dodging the baddies that follow along your path? No? Well, you won't know much about the Coiner update Volified then, or Empire's home computer conversion of the latter, due within the month. And no, we're not sure how to pronounce it either. Then we have a competition. It says Pixelized Pixies. Yes, you're right. This doesn't look like a bunch of programmers. Never coded a game in their life. And the pictures, they're obviously a music group. Anyway, they say, yes, you're right. This doesn't look like a bunch of programmers, except perhaps for the fat one in the middle. In fact, it's top indie rock band, The Pixies. So what are they doing here? Well, 12-inch and 8 CD versions of their recent Planet of Sound EP, featuring a track intriguingly titled Theme from Narc, interpretation of the music from ultraviolent Coin-Up Ocean Converted last year. To win a copy and hear it for yourself, simply answer these questions. Questions are: which arcade firm originally released the Narc Coin-Up? Yeah, know that one. Which was the name of the chief baddie in that game? Oh, I can't remember that one. Of course, I might as well say now, Williams, of course, released the arcade one, I believe. And yeah, I can't remember for love or toffee without playing it what the chief baddie's name is. The first 5 correct answers out of the big box in the corner marked correct answers win themselves copies of the CD. Get to it, they say. Okay, then we come to their continuation of the crib sheets. It says, continuing our series of quick guides to people's publishers, programming teams, and other things for people who probably know all about them already but don't. And bizarrely, they put number 2 again. I'm sure this should be number 3. But it says Mirrorsoft. And this was based in Irwin House, 118 Southwark Street, London, SE10SW, and their telephone number was 071-928-1454. And it says it's formed in 1986 as an affiliate of Robert Maxwell's enormous Mirror Group, originally concentrated on educational software, then dallied with business programs, but only really have become forced to be reckoned with after the move into the entertainment software. And then they talk about affiliated labels. They signed up an impressive and eclectic stable of companies from the US, including Spectrum Holobyte, in which Maxwell has a stake, FTL of Dungeon Master fame, and Cinemaware, which is going through a bit of a rough patch, but still churning out excellent games. The house labels that they own is, of course, Imageworks, prime licenses and expensive original games, PSS, heavy-duty strategy and simulations, and Mirror Image, re-release classics at budget prices, generally regarded as the best 16-bit budget label. Their greatest successes, although it wasn't up to much on the Amiga, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles was an enormous hit across all formats, with record sales of 600,000 across Europe. Flight Simulation Falcon was released ages ago on the Amiga and ST and clocked up sales well over 150,000. Dungeon Master speaks for itself, as does Shoot 'em Up Xenon 2. Despite terrible reviews, Back to the Future 3 was a surprise hit, with Euro sales of 150,000. So it's sort of interesting to get an idea of sales back in the time and how modest they are compared to games of today. I mean, now, if you 2 million could be considered a flop with some AAA games. Anyway, their biggest failure was Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, that was a terrible game. It was to be an enormous adventure, strategy affair, and was 3 years in development when it finally arrived. Mirrorsoft had to admit it was pretty poor. The game sank without a trace. Yeah, that was done by that famous programmer that was the WizKid program on the Spectrum. I can't remember that, allegedly had the Ferrari. I'll put it in the video. Typical Mirrorsoft game. Over to spokeswoman Kathy Campos. We've so many affiliated labels that I think any game player can find something they want, whether it be Turtles for a youngster or a sophisticated flight sim like Falcon. Typical industry comment. While they've ridden the success of the 16 computers admirably, things to come. On the license side, it would be hard to ignore the Turtles coin-op conversion, presuming Turtle Mania doesn't die a death. No, it's still going strong. And there's also top coin-up Cisco Heat and movie license Aliens 3. Of course, it's Alien 3. Fun strategy game which is bound to score well in the charts. Final word, Mirrorsoft is the only major British software house directly backed by publishing interests outside of the computer industry. While that hardly guarantees success, the company has secured excellent licenses, is buying great games for £10-ish re-release, and employ impressive programmers from Europe and the States. Mirrorsoft firmly believes that it's one of the most influential 16-bit games publishers in Europe, and many would agree. And of course, I mean, we now know that this was probably only a few months away from Robert Maxwell, who owned the Microsoft Group and the Maxwell Corporation. Basically, he'd been stealing all the pension money, and he then allegedly killed himself jumping off his yacht. And of course, the Maxwell family are still in the news because Ghislaine Maxwell is the one that's in the news because she helped facilitate Jeffrey Epstein. So, great family. But yeah, but going back to sort of the game industry, this was a real shock when this did collapse, because so many British publishers in particular were tied in to the ImageWorks and this Maxwell group. So it really affected a lot of key games and publishers. Then we get a lovely 4-page ad. We've done this before, but there's some new ones here. So it says, take on the squad. So these were the $7.99, and it says, play the hits. So these were the hit squad budget games. So first of all, we have Predator. Yeah, the so-so movie license. Also not particularly great is Rambo 3. I liked it on some of the 8-bits, but on the Amiga it wasn't so good. But of course, fun movie at least. Then Run the Gauntlet. That was a TV show, I believe, that was sort of like doing all these stunts and things like that. And it was reasonable, certainly on the 8-bits, and on the Amiga I think was all right with nice graphics. And then Lombard RAC Rally, which of course was, quite ahead of its time in the car, and did a really good job. Right, let's continue on. And now we have continuing news stories. Strange doings at Ocean. Sensible Software is putting the finishing gloss on the soon-to-be-released WizKid. It's more than just another game for the small programming team, for this is a sequel to their insanely successful WizBall, first launched 4 years ago. So what's the difference between WizBall and WizKid? Well, the hero is still a fat green head with a huge smile, but now he can grow a body as well, explains sensible person John Home. It's all very weird, but just as playable as the original. I think people will find it visually unusual. WizKid is a collaboration between Sensible and publisher Ocean, which is also waiting for the completion of another strange game, this one called Wild Wheels, programmed by Manchester team Red Rat. Wild Wheels can be best be described as a football game between vehicles. Sound familiar with modern game where they got their idea from? And you start off with something not unlike a Morris Minor, and if you're any good, will end up with a Sherman tank. Red Rat, which has been busily writing games for 8 years, is situated just a few hundred yards from the Ocean office, but this is the first time the two outfits have actually worked together. Then, continuing the news, they say Maze Blaze. The traps at DMA design and beavering away on a new project codenamed Hired Gun. It's a game in which 4 players enter a maze of different time zones, solving puzzles. If it sounds familiar, then you've been watching TV's The Crystal Maze. DMA's David Jones mused, I suppose there are similarities. Hired Gun will be ready by late autumn. Then they say Games Heaven. Evangel Soft, a Christian charity, wants to spread the good word via computer games and is holding a competition to find the best game based on a religious theme. Cash and software prizes are being offered to the best half dozen or so entrants, and you've until the end of the year to enter if you're interested. And then they say Lamatron Part 2. Whoops! There was a couple of errors in last month's piece on Jeff Minter's shareware game Lamatron. Firstly, we would like to point out that Jeff hasn't actually completed the Amiga version yet, and it doesn't look like it will be ready for some time. Jeff would also like to stress that it isn't actually available directly from him, and so when it's released it'll be attainable only from PD companies. Well, that's quite a muck-up, isn't it, of Amiga Power there, giving his phone number as well. Right, then we have the Rock Hard quiz compiled by Gary Penn, and it says, so I love these actually. So you reckon yourself, think you know a bit about computer and video games, do you? Well, get your teeth into these 5 firm questions which are guaranteed to break more than the ice at parties. There are no rewards up for grabs, just the self-satisfaction of being a software swot. But can you spot the link between the 5 answers? So the first question is number 1, and it says Activision's adaptation of James Cameron's aquatic alien action adventure. I don't really know what the question is there, but I presume I can guess what that is, of course. I didn't know there was a film licensed variant. I thought it was just a game that shared the same name. Then we have number 2 is Ant Attack author Sandy White's Private Investigator Extraordinaire. Yeah, I believe I know that one. And then number 3, it was originally produced for 16 Blitz, but now can only be caught in a different form from Ledger Genius. Okay, well, could be a couple of things, not sure with that one. Then number 4, Rainbird's 3-legged Haste controller. We'll have to think about that one. And then number 5, Ocean was the driving force behind this racy Konami conversion. Yeah, I know that one. So we'll find out on one of the subsequent pages. Then we have their Amiga Power recommends. I love these. They really do choose the best here. And these are ones, it's all play and no work in the Amiga Power offices. And here's our current special favourites. So first of all, their favourite is Switchblade 2 by Gremlin. And they say, what could be better than a heads down, mindless arcade platform slash around? Nothing, that's what. And they don't come much better than this absolutely wonderful piece of hack 'em up fun that looks more like a console game and hence more like an arcade game than just about anything seen on the Amiga to date. Better value than chucking 10p's down a slot, that's for sure. Then we have Cybercon 3 by US Gold. Yes, we know this was in last month's, but in actual fact it's only just been released. In any case, Cybercon 3 is still one of the best games you're likely to see this year. Totally involving solid 3D exploration game from the assembly line. Epic in every way. It's bound to keep you going for longer than almost anything else currently out there on the shelves. Cybercon 3 is a game to grow old with. Then they have Eye of the Beholder by US Gold. And the same goes for this one too. It's the Dungeon Master game that Dungeon Master's Dungeon Master. But it's more accessible, more varied, more atmospheric, more, well, everything really. There's something for everyone in Eye of the Beholder. Everyone who likes D&D games anyway. And it'll take you almost as long as Cybercon 3 to complete. They then recommend Hero Quest by Gremlin. Once you've played Eye of the Beholder for a few days, you might fancy some D&Ding with a bit of a different perspective. That's where Gremlin's Amiga conversion of this popular board game comes in, providing loads of orc baiting tomfoolery for up to 4 players. Perhaps slightly lacking in solo mode, it's still the best game for an Amiga and 4 players since Leatherneck. Then they recommend Mega Traveller 1 by Empire. With incredibly involved strategy games, the last thing you expect is a slick presentation and a friendly user interface. But that's exactly what you get from the huge FRP game Mega Traveller, along with a game that gives you better sense of being there than anything we've played in ages. To call this game deep is like calling a Ferrari Testarossa a car. And then finally, they say The Secret of Monkey Island by US Gold. Hey, so it's not been a great few months for Zap fans. It's not our fault. Scoring an unprecedented, well for us, 90%, Monkey Island is the pinnacle of graphic adventuring, brimming over with atmosphere and humour, and the first Amiga game to really capture that much attempted cinematic feel. A sea shanty to end them all. Then we get more news items, and they talk about Moonstone. Gore On and Gore Off are the 2 odder options in Mindscape's Moonstone, released due later this year. The action, set in a fantasy medieval world, sees you as one of the 4 brave knights on a quest for a moonstone. a fair amount of walking around, the odd sub-game and a healthy dose of single-screen hack-em-up sequences form the bulk of the game. And the gore on option, this simply regulates the amount of blood that gets spilled in the fights. Do you want to see a thin trickle or great globs of the stuff spurting all over the place? It's your choice. And this was a great game. I mean, it made our top 50 in RGDS. Then we have the answers to the quiz. So let's try and do these. So the first question was Activision's adaptation of James Cameron's aquatic alien action adventure was question 1. And the answer is The Abyss. I never realised The Abyss was based on the film, the game. So news to me. And then we have question 2. Ant Attack author Sandy White's private investigator extraordinaire is, of course, Dick Special. Then we have number 3, and number 3 is it was originally produced for 16 Blitz, but now it can only be caught in a different form from Leisure Genius, and that is Infection. God, this is a difficult one, isn't it? Then you have number 4, Rainbird's three-legged pest controller. And apparently that is Verminator. Then we have number 5, Ocean was the driving force behind this racy Konami conversion. And that is, of course, WEC Le Mans. And, well, I only got question 2 and 5 on that, so yeah. And the missing link is none of these titles ever released on the Amiga, even though licenses were acquired and development began. Well, I'm going to have a look at some of these. I'm quite interested to see, particularly with Abyss. Okay, then the next news item, Where to Elite. Veteran games publisher Elite is pondering a not entirely welcome change in direction. The company is looking closely at spending less time on Amiga game development and more time writing Nintendo console games. Spokesman Scott Phillips said, but we're probably going to continue with our release plans for this year, but we have to look at next couple of years. There hasn't been a decision yet. However, he said that Nintendo production was cheaper and more profitable than for the Amiga. It's not all bad. Elite still has committed to releasing an Amiga version of Tecmo's Total Football Coin-Up World Cup 90, still the country's most popular arcade machine. The Amiga version will be called European Championship 1992. Should be ready before the end of the year, and if it is any good, it's bound to be massive. Then they have Final Fight. Creative Materials are currently putting together their conversion for the popular Capcom coin-up Final Fight for US Gold. The game, due for a September release, is still in its early stages, as this series of sprite screens shows. I quite liked it. I know people found that the Amiga port wasn't great, but I thought it was pretty good for what it was, really. And then they say it's going to be huge. Oh dear, news reaches us of the frantic bidding and counter-bidding that's bound to be one of the biggest licenses ever. Steven Spielberg and co. are soon to be starting to make a movie based on the sci-fi book called Jurassic Park. The essential gist of the book and film is of a dinosaur theme park wherein the hunky lizard turn nasty and start stomping all over the place. The film should be out in 1993, and a huge theme park is actually being built in the United States. Although these projects are at least 2 years away from completion, our friends in the computer games business are already making relevant calls. Curiously, all the business bods we spoke to stonewalled as soon as dinosaurs crept into the conversation. And of course, we now know that Ocean won the license and did a pretty good version. And of course, Sega won the arcade license and did their own pretty cool things. Then I love these sections. The oh dear, yet more completely uncalled for unpleasantness to one of the murkier blotches on the face of computer games. This is where they basically lambast and lampoon terrible games. This is number 3, and it's Moonwalker by US Gold. A game like no other? Well, that's certainly true enough. Most other games don't have animation that makes the central character look like a squid with the shakes. Most other games don't have an atrociously looped music sample that has you banging your head against a brick wall within 2 minutes of listening to it. Most other games don't have power-ups that don't tell you when you've got them and don't tell you when they've run out. Most other games don't send you trekking around featureless grey mazes by the longest possible route in order to collect a pair of floppy ears that you walked past half an hour ago but weren't allowed to pick up because you didn't have your sparkly leather jacket on. We're not making this up, you know. Most other games don't reward you for ploughing through the utter tedium of the first level by presenting another one exactly the same immediately afterwards, except with even more ridiculously crap design features. Most other games don't have enemy graphics which look like something you'll find in your handkerchief after a particularly violent sneeze. Most other games don't look as if all the time spent on them went on the intro sequences between level cartoony bits rather than on any part of the actual game. Most games aren't absolutely and totally irredeemably crap. But the very worst thing about Moonwalker is now it's just been re-released on a budget label, so now you only save £7.99 by not buying it. Who's bad? Asked Michael, but he already knows the answer. Yeah, it was terrible. Then we got an advert for PP Hammer and his pneumatic weapon. It does get reviewed, but let's read. I love this game. And let's read what it says. Meet PP, a man with a mission. Help him clear out over 2,500 screens of treasure, potions and secret rooms before his time runs out. With 70 caverns to work through, from cold ice caves to sizzling pyramids, it's just as well PP has brought his secret weapon, a pneumatic drill. Use the drill to dig through floors, find keys to open doors, avoid traps, wandering monsters, and use the magic potions to grab all you can. Plenty of features and puzzles will ensure that you'll need all your wits in this fast-moving action-adventure. So get your weapons and start digging. And this was by Demonware, and was only released on the Amiga for £25.53 and the C64 for £11.23 on tape or £15.31 on disc. Then we got that lovely full screen advert of Power Up. I've covered the games in there, but a really good compilation. Then we have the Amiga Top 100. And new entry at number 1 is Armageddon for £25.99, and they gave it 4 star. Then we have Gods that went from 12 to number 2, and this was published by Renegade and of course done by the Bitmap Brothers, and was £25.53. Then at number 3, jumping up from number 37, is Defender of the Crown. This is Mirror Image, so the budget label, at £9.99, and they gave it 3 stars. Then we have Fantasy World Dizzy dropping down from number 1 to number 4, and this is great, and they give it 4 stars, and it's done of course by Codemasters, and there's another budget game for £6.99. Then we have Chuck Rock jumping up from 84 to number 5. Great to see it here, and of course done by Core Design, and is £25.54, and they give it 5 stars but not in red, so nearly there. Then at number 6, dropping down from number 4, is PGA Golf Tour. This is of course done by Electronic Arts and is £25.99, and they give it also 5 star but not in red, so nearly there. They then give Miami Chase, which has jumped up from number 42 to number 7, done by Codemasters, and is £7.99 and was 4 stars. And of course this was Team 7 that became Team 17, the wonderful publisher. So this was the team that sort of joined with 17-bit software and still going strong today, even though not the original people. Then at number 8, dropping down from number 3, Lemmings, done by Psygnosis, and was £24.99, and they give it 5 stars but in red, so absolutely excellent. Then at number 9 we have Supercars 2, jumping up from 95 to number 9, and done by Gremlin, and £24.99, and they give it 4 star now, which is quite surprising because they didn't seem to like it in their review, so clearly they've seen the errors of their ways maybe. And then number 10, a new entry, Secret Monkey Island. So this is of course brilliant adventure published by US Gold and of course done by LucasArts, and this is 5 stars and in red. So let's have a look through. I'm not gonna go through. So I'm going to choose games that perhaps haven't been mentioned yet in anywhere. So Ninja Rabbits is at number 17 at £6.99. Steve Davis World Snooker, £9.99. Another budget label's at number 22. Classic 4, which was a £6.99 budget game with, I presume, 4 games, and is position 57. Then you have Hong Kong Phooey, another budget game by High-Tech at £6.99. That's at number 67. There's one I don't remember particularly. Oh, no, let's mention that one. Advanced Fruit Machine. I love that on the Spectrum. That's at number 75 in a new entry. Another Codemaster release at £6.99. Then you have at number 77, Gold Dragon's Domain. I don't remember that one. £6.99. Then you have at number 82, Yogi Bear and Friends in the Greed Monster. So I'm just going through ones that we haven't called out before just to give them their shine in the sun. It's surprising that Fun School 2 for under 6 is a new entry at number 92. Then at number 96, you have Continental Circus, a Mastertronic budget game at £7.99. And number 97, Kenny Dalglish Soccer Manager by Zeppelin at £7.99, a new entry. And I think that will do. But yeah, that's a really sort of interesting lineup done by the Gallup charts. Then we come to an advert for the 16-bit Pocket Power collection. I mean, it was a great idea. The trouble is the games they selected weren't that good, and it sort of burned people away. You know, as a kid, you bought some of them, but mostly you just kept away because you might as well just get blank discs, to be honest. But the advert says the 16-bit Pocket Power collection brings a new dimension to budget software as we know it, with a superb range of quality titles to choose from at only £2.99 each. This exciting new range offers incredible value for money and is a must for all dedicated 16-bit gamers. And they say unbeatable budget retail price for any collection of its kind, only £2.99. They then say a massive product range including 16 titles on Amiga, 13 titles on Atari ST and 3 titles on IBM, catering for all 16-bit user types. They then say compact packaging design, ideal for filling straight into disk storage cases and collecting the complete series. They say comprehensive game instructions printed on inlay reverse, providing a compact, easy-to-use all-in-one package, and 16 more titles to get to grips with by September 1991 at your local software retailer while stocks last. Then they do their Who Do We Think We Are? And yeah, I mean, it's all the usual people, but the new chap in the room is Paul Lyons, and I presume it's Lyons or Lions, and he says, a new face for the AP reviewers. Paul used to review restaurants for Time Out in London, and until recently worked as technical editor on Future's subscription-only Mac publishing magazine. Recently attached to Amiga format in an as yet unspecified sort of role, he's particularly interested in serious strategy games, a boon for the rest of us as we hate them. Paul's been playing Railroad Tycoon, UMS 2. It's the most complete strategy game yet, although terribly unfriendly, and Cohort. And then they go in talking about some of the games. Now, I will take some time talking about the scoring system, because if you're not aware with Amiga Power, they really did genuinely follow a different scoring system to others, where they truly chose 50% as average, not bad, where the most, even today, you know, if it's below 70%, it's considered bad. It did upset a lot of publishers, but they did stick to it. So I'm going to read out what they say, the scoring system and how it works. Here, if you will, is a brief guide to our reviewing philosophy. Number 1, we don't believe in overrating games. In fact, we're generally incredibly strict about the whole business of giving out marks. It's not because we think it's big or clever or deliberately nasty either. It's that we always keep in mind that you're being asked to cough up 25 quid or so, and for that you deserve a lot of entertainment. Number 2, we don't believe in overcomplicated rating systems. Generally, they just draw attention away from the reviews, get in the way and fail to tell you anything interesting about the game. That's why we only run with one simple mark out of 100 and short uppers and down the comments on the game. They give you the bare bones of our opinion, but if you want to know more, you're going to have to read the review. Number 3, most of the time we agree about a game, but sometimes we won't. That's when, on the other hand, boxes come into play, a home for the sometimes very different opinions of a second reviewer. Number 4, and that's about as far as it goes. Right. Then we come to the first review, and this is a brilliant game. This is F-15 Strike Eagle 2 and was published by Microprose at £34.99. Its authors are Adrian Scotney, Tim Walters, Mark Scott and David Lowe, and is released out now. And the tagline is, the trend for flight simulation shows no sign of stopping. Now Microprose have released what could be the best and friendliest flying thrill yet. And the review says, you know, when I was a kid, my one big dream was to join the Air Force. I yearned for the thrill of launching jet fighters from aircraft carriers, pulling stunts at several thousand feet, zooming into dogfights, and so on. Now, after playing F-15 Strike Eagle 2, I'm glad I didn't enroll. There's no telling how many of the RAF's very expensive planes I would have destroyed by now, or how many bones I would have broken. Going by my performance on the Amiga, it'd be quite a few. Mixing the speed and playability of F-18 Interceptor with the depth of more contemporary airborne blasts such as Falcon and F-19 Stealth Fighter, which bears more than a passing resemblance to this program and was actually programmed by the same team, F-15-2 is a very serious attempt at bringing the art of flying to the masses. The phrases, user-friendly and fun to play, were obviously etched into the programmer's brains from the very beginning, as F-15-2 offers the most accessible route to the skies given to the Amiga. Okay, I know what you're thinking. There's already been oodles of flight sims already, just what makes F-15-2 different, and supposedly better than the rest. And more particularly, just what makes it so different to F-19. After all, they are both look quite similar and were programmed by the same team. What's in it for us game player? Well, the answer is quite a lot actually, as we shall see. For a start, let's take a brief look at F-15-2's history. Released nearly 2 years ago on the PC, it was originally programmed in C. Now C, while being a perfectly respectable language, can never compete with the sheer bat-out hellness of machine code. And so when Microprose UK got the source code from their stateside buddies, a rethink was in order. A simple port onto the Amiga would leave the program with a serious speed problems. To get the whole thing flying around as fast as the PC version, a complete rewrite was needed, and that's what happened. Microprose UK got Adrian Scotney and Tim Walters, the guys responsible for F-19, to take the game design and rewrite it, specifically for the Amiga, in machine code. The result is nothing short of astounding. Even with several bucket loads of ground detail and the odd plane on the screen, things still moving at respectably fast. Couple this with a genuine feel of flight and some remarkable action sensibilities, and the rest is at least as good, and in many ways better than anything we've seen so far. Well, that's the idea anyway. Before I continue with this review, I want to emphasise that I'm writing from a game player's point of view, not an aircraft fanatic. When I load up a game on the Amiga, I want to enjoy it. Real-life authenticity is not really my concern. If that's in there too, all the better, but I need a high degree of arcade-style speed and thrills to get my kicks. How nice then that the programmers seem to have catered directly for me. They've gone all out for speed and smoothness with graphics, which, while great, does mean F-15-2 sacrifices more of the realism of flight than some other sims. Whether this is a good idea is open to debate. I've heard arguments both for and against, but I tend to side with the idea that at the end of the day, an Amiga flight sim is a game, and so should play accordingly. The arguments against says that the sims should be made as realistic as possible and then tweaked to make it more playable, but that the actual realism should be enough to make it enjoyable. Clearly, because a humble machine such as the Amiga could never reproduce the graphics of and the flight mechanics of £500,000 simulators, there's going to have to be some compromise somewhere along the line, and I know where I would like to see it made. And anyway, I've never flown a real F-15, and so probably wouldn't know if it was super realistic or not. Anyway, the core of F-15 Strike Eagle 2 is a very rigid mission system. Once you've selected your arena from Vietnam to the Middle East, the choice is yours, and the level of difficulty, the game will dream up a new mission for you. These consist of a takeoff point, a primary target to neutralise, i.e. blow the hell out of, and a secondary target to duff up. Complete these objectives and you get your plane back to base intact. And Bob's your uncle. One completed mission, lots of praise, and more girls than you can handle. Sexist? What? Then it's enough time to shout, "Smoke me a kipper," before taking to the skies once more. It's the perfect channel of aggression for all Amiga pacifists, in addition to the usual bits and pieces to make you feel like you are really there or something. F-15-2 also includes a number of handy features which are great to muck around with. Don't get me wrong though, despite the more arcadey based nature of the thing, it's still bloody hard. It took me nigh on an hour of flying before I actually made a kill, unless you count one occasion when I accidentally had the autofire on and knocked out a whole load of allied planes. Okay, I admit it, I'm probably just crap at these games, but hey, you've got to begin somewhere. Still, a little practice goes a long way, and as the hours ticks by, the odd flying instincts come to the fore. It's not long before the most spectacular moves become second nature, and knocking out a radar base without even resorting to missiles doesn't seem quite so daunting after all. While I wouldn't rate it as the best game I've ever played, it could well be the one that I come back to most, and I wouldn't hesitate in recommending it as a damn fine flight simulator, perhaps the best yet, by Mark Ramshaw, and that's done by Mark Ramshaw. And yeah, I loved F-15 Strike Eagle 2. It was so cool. Totally agree with his review. On the bottom line, his uppers, solid 3D graphics with that added whoosh, just like a hole in the ozone layer. F-15 Strike Eagle 2 will take your breath away. Visually, it's the closest you'll likely to get to Top Gun. Downers. Despite the overt arcade nature of things, it will still go over some people's heads. Even dedicated Tom Cruise types may wonder if it's worth the asking price when FA-18 Interceptor is available for a tenner. 1 meg only rears its ugly head again. And the bottom line, another one destined to join the ranks of all-time classics. If ever you've dreamt of flying, F-15 Strike Eagle 2 is a must, and he gives it 87%. Then we get a double of the Special Reserve, and yeah, I mean, I think we've covered all this enough in the other ones. Yeah, Amos is there for £30.49. Then we come to our second review, and this is great. This is Toki, published by Ocean, and was £25.39, done by the authors Michel Janicki, Philippe and Lionel Desailly on graphics, and Pierre-Eric Laureau on music and sound, and it's out now, of course done by Ocean France. And then it says, the tagline, Ocean France have done it again with another pixel perfect, and we mean pixel perfect, conversion of an obscure but undeniably excellent arcade game. Yeah, it certainly was. They give a mention here of the labyrinth of caves, with more intelligent animals do their stuff when Toki triggers invisible switches in the scenery. Toki has 2 methods of disposing the inhabitants of the world. He can either jump up on them until they drop, or he can shoot them down with his spit, which is slightly less powerful but often more convenient. For each hit with the spit, Toki is awarded 50 points. The hit points relate to the number of standard shots it takes to remove the creature from the scene. Note that jumping on the creatures, a single hit point yields a better score. So let's read this review, and it says, why is it that arcade machines such as Mitchell's Pang and Taito's Bubble Bubble, Rainbow Islands Plotting and the New Zealand Story don't become popular until they're converted to home machines? It'd be understandable if they were dogs, but no, they are well crafted, extremely playable, even top game designers find them an invaluable source of inspiration. Maybe these corky coin-operated releases simply aren't suitable fodder for arcade goers who demand short, sharp thrills to get them hooked. Oh, I don't know. And I don't really care, just so long as they keep them coming. Toki is another one of those run and jump romps. There's no denying that. What makes it stand out from the rest of the Whoop is the fact that it's such a well-rounded piece, with all its learning curves in the right places and some neat touches to boot. It's really pretty too, not to mention smooth. No expense has been spared on the colour, and combined with the layer of parallax for the background as a healthy arcade feel is created. Having said that, this is more testimony to Ocean France's conversion skills than the quality of TAD Corporation's coin-operated original. And so to the plot, which doesn't offer anything new, that's for sure. A boy, Toki, meets a girl, Miho, and they fall in love. Enter the evil wizard Bashtar. Now Bashtar has the hots for Miho. Ooh! His big blue magic hand picks up Toki's missus and steals her away, along with Toki's manhood. No, it's not what you're thinking. Before Bashtar does a runner, he knocks Toki down to the lower rungs of the evolutionary ladder by turning him into an ape. Boo! But this chimp's no chump. He's still man enough to retrieve his true love, and his original form for that matter, and give Bashtar the bashing he deserves. Why, it's almost a scrolling Donkey Kong in reverse. Believe it or not, being an ape does have its advantages. Toki has a newfound versatility and a range of facial expressions which exceeds that of most actors. He walks, he jumps, and he can be manoeuvred while he's in the air. He crouches, he climbs, he swims, he swings, he instinctively ducks to allow him to crawl through narrow gaps. He curls up in a ball and covers his head when he gets dobbered, and best of all, he spits glowing balls to 8 different directions, and even gets a grobbly together before he gobs, which comes in handy for removing the wildlife from his world. Toki's pucker power can be boosted too, though this is more convenient than essential. The ape's remarkable repertoire, along with his aforementioned arcade feel and the lush parallax scrolling scenery, the underwater section especially, and the dark forest snowy stuff and the waterfall are just 3 of the tasty tidbits in my Toki top 10. The other 7 are as follows. Time limit permitting, you can scroll around the environment to your heart's content. This proves useful when it comes to disposing of creatures or avoiding projectiles. Restart positions are plastered all over the shop, so when Toki loses a life, play is always resumed near the point of death. Well, unless it was last life and continue option is used, in which case he goes all the way back to the beginning of the level. Sound and music are used to good effect. There's a different tune for every stage, including the map screen, but not at the expense of sound effects. Choosing between one or the other just isn't necessary, as every worthwhile event has an associated noise and the music suits the pace, which is pleasant, I suppose. Leisurely sounds too dull, and the creatures all have character, especially the bosses. Being able to gain extra height by jumping on the little buggers is also neat, and occasionally useful for collecting items which are otherwise out of reach. The scenery is a little more interactive than usual, with walking up and down diagonal platforms. Best of all, the business with the seesaws and the 16-ton weights. There's always just enough warning to allow disaster to be avoided. Some sections seem far too hard, but once a technique is sussed, it can be done again and again. Well, almost. It's never so straightforward that you can stroll on through the whole level. The ending is... no, I shan't tell you what happens, but suffice to say, it's nice. So if Toki, so mighty fine, how come has it not got a higher rating? It's difficult to put down, and in every sense the problem is that the 6 levels are small but nearly perfectly formed. What's there is so good that there should have been more of it. However, the biggest gripe I have about Toki is nothing to do with the gameplay, on the face of it anyway, and it hasn't actually affected the rating, though maybe it should. You see, it's the packaging. In particular, the manual, a tiny uninspired 2-colour booklet, 2/3 of which isn't even in English, for £25.99. I expect a complete package. It's not just Toki. Too often software is treated like meat. It's terribly disappointing to open up a box and to be greeted with an expanse of a white and plastic bag containing a disc and a small manual. Why can't the care and attention lavished on the program itself extend to the packaging? Yes, a glossy full-colour manual would have obviously been less cost-effective for the publisher, but so much more could have been done with a 2-colour affair. Indeed, what do you think about the current state of computer entertainment software packaging? What are the most and least impressive packages you own? What improvements would you make? Write and tell us at the usual address. Still, at least if the mood takes you, you can always take the box lid and rub its edge against the matte surface to create a sound not entirely dissimilar to the grunting of an angry gorilla. How very appropriate. And that's Gary Penn. His uppers has all the gloss and playability you'd expect to find in a genuine arcade machine. Downers, it's disappointing but true. What there is smashing, but just not enough of it. His bottom line is an excellent, you could even say stunning coin-op conversion, although the lack of size and depth, it doesn't have much to it as, say, Rainbow Islands, keeps it from the top rung. We have seen a worryingly inconsistency between versions too. Some box copies have been so bugged as to be unplayable, while others seem fine. And he gives it 87%, and I love Toki. It's such a great arcade conversion, and consequently become one of my fave arcade games to play. Right, let's go to the next review, and it is Deuteros. This was published by Activision and priced at £25.99. His author's Ian Bird, and he went on to do, things like Chicken Run and some of the Disney games, and more recently Project Cars series, one of the main guys involved, and the F1 games up to 2025. So he's still in the industry, which is great to see. The graphics was done by Jay Redman, and the release date was late August is the planned release date. The tagline says, "The long-awaited follow-up to the famous space epic Millennium 2.2 is finally with us. This time you've got to start a space program from scratch, and it's not easy." And then they say, if there's one thing this review has to make clear, it's don't take Deuteros at face value. Initially, it seems to offer no concrete purpose, deliver no discernible enemy. It's a space-bound strategy epic, all right. And we've seen enough of those in our time. But the challenge it offers you is surprisingly vague. To explore the imponderable mysteries of space. Or, if you like, set up your own space station program from scratch. You could be forgiven for thinking it all sounds like one great big yawn, but don't make that mistake. It's actually one of the best, most complete and atmospheric empire-building games we've seen. But first off, the initial impressions. Deuteros is set on Earth in the year 3000 AD and sets you the vaguest of tasks. Your job is to explore the heavens, but before you get to do that, you have to prepare for the trip. It's not just a case of packing sandwiches, though. Mankind has forgotten everything it ever knew about space travel, you see, for reasons we'll explain later on. So your task incorporates everything from employing a suitable crew to building your very first spaceship. This is a strategy game, remember, so it's not so much a case of you having to do everything as you having to tell everybody else to do everything. There are shocks aplenty, and no amount of careful planning can ready you for some of the unpleasant little horrors that Deuteros throws up now and again. Once the first door has been nudged aside, you peered inside the game, it is utterly impossible to stop messing around. Activision reckons there are 70 hours of play here, but I disagree. There are 7 systems to explore, and it'll take you a fortnight just to get out of the sun's familiar sphere of influence. This is by no means a criticism, simply an indication of the depth and immensity of Deuteros. If you take up Deuteros, then prepare for an arduous beginning, but once the concept and the machinations of the game becomes clear, it becomes more enchanting. If strategy is your thing, then you will have a wonderful time organising, building, preparing, protecting, and moving on. If strategy is not your thing, but you fancy a challenge, here's your chance. Quite simply, Deuteros will be remembered as one of the games of 1991, Colin Campbell's review. His uppers, engrossing and enrapturing, there's always more to see and do. For a game of this size, it's agreeably easy to use. Downers. Takes a while to get going, needs absolute concentration too. Fast thrill seekers should look elsewhere. And his bottom line is packed with puzzles and problems, neat tricks and canny surprises. A game to really get drawn into. And he gave it 89%. Okay, then come to the next review, and this is PP Hammer and his Pneumatic Weapon by Demonware, and is priced at £25.53. And the author is Gunnar Leader. The tagline is, with the cuteness of Pang and the slightly dubious sounding pneumatic weapon, PP Hammer digs his way out of ancient 8-bit roots and onto the Amiga. Pneumatic weapons, eh? Just thank your lucky stars Gary isn't doing this review. That's all. PP Hammer and his double entendre is a puzzle platform arcade game type of thing, featuring the eponymous hero and indeed the eponymous thing in dozens of levels of treasure gathering fun and larks. Anyone who remembers the 8-bit cult legend Lode Runner will find PP Hammer and his palpitating mechanism strangely familiar. But for everyone else, here's a quick rundown of the basic principle. PP, Peter Purves perhaps, finds himself in a maze of platforms and ladders, which is also full of lovely treasure. Before PP, Principal, can leave the maze and move on to the next one, he has to collect every single piece of booty, a task which is made harder than it might seem by the fact that many of the desirable items are found buried deep below several layers of seemingly impenetrable rock. Luckily, PP, Penelope Pitstop, had the foresight to bring along with him his pneumatic weapon, or drill, with which he can dig through the rock and get to the treasure. But he is handicapped by the fact that he can only dig through rock which is below and to the side of him, and not that directly underneath. Also, a bit of departure from the laws of physics at this point. After a short while, any rock which PP, Pretty Polly, has blasted his way through will reform itself in the space it originally occupied. So our hero can find himself trapped, or even worse, caught in the middle of a reforming rock and turned into a human fossil. Oh, and if things weren't tough enough, the levels are also infested with nasty little animals. Pools of water, PP can't swim. Fire pits, PP isn't made of asbestos. Shaky bits of the ceiling, which will plummet to the ground at the slightest provocation, like PP being somewhere in their general vicinity. Sticky ground that slows his movement, and icy floors that he skids across uncontrollably. PP isn't the kind of chap to let such trifles dissuade him, but he's going to need some help to come out in one piece, and that's where you come in. PP Hammer and his quivering implement is essentially a very simple game, so it's an easy one to just pick up and play. What are PP's good points? Well, the little chap himself is full of character, especially when he ducks down and hides inside his hard hat in moments of danger. He really puts his heart into it when he's digging too. And his wiggly little dance after completing the level is cheeky and cute. The graphics are generally good, just large enough to have character and just small enough that you can fit a decent number of puzzles on the screen at any one time. Playability scores highly too, as does addictiveness, with loads of different styled levels, secret rooms to discover and so on. And if the sound is bloody awful, okay, the actual sound is fine, but the music is just plain hideous. Well, that just goes to show you can't have everything. So the question is, do the good points of PP Hammer and his throbbing instrument outweigh the bad ones? And the conclusive answer is, well, maybe. The game is extremely irritating in many ways and distinctly mediocre in others, but its playability has kept me coming back quite a few times this month. There's a code after every level, so it's easy just to pick it up for an hour, do a couple of screens and then leave it again to come back for another day. In this way, the game could last you a pretty long time, even if it never raises the kind of thrills of Switchblade 2. It's a pleasant way to spend a few days of the game playing. Whether pleasant is good enough reason for you to fork out £24 or not is up to you, and that was reviewed by Stuart Campbell. His uppers, cute and tough with lots of laughs, stability, and above all, it's very playable. Downers, lazy design, too much guessing involved after the first few levels, terrible music. Bottom line, Lode Runner clone that loses out from not having a Lode Runner's single-minded simplicity. Nevertheless, pretty good fun and not as compelling as you might expect it to be. And he only gave it 70%, but still that's pretty respectable. Then we come to an advert, and this is Capstone, distributed by Accolade, and they say, "Funny it is," and this review is an advert for Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and it says, "In the mood for some serious fun, fancy a little light relief, then recreate the action of the hit movie and join Bill and Ted on a far-out trip through time. Only two outrageous guys such as Bill and Ted would even contemplate this wacky adventure. During the time travels of lifetime, or should that be several lifetimes, the crazy duo meet a collection of historic characters including Joan of Arc, Socrates, the Philosophici, Beethoven, Freud, and many more. What happens next? Who knows? Out now and forever on your Amiga." And then they say, "Funny it ain't. Whatever your mood, you found a serious challenge." And this is for Tom Clancy's The Cardinal of the Kremlin. When we're talking Star Wars and spies, then it's time to get serious. Based on the multi-million bestseller, you'll be captured by the environment of technology, espionage, and global politics. Only the strong will survive, as every move is challenged in this fierce, strategic battle to develop and test a laser anti-missile defense system. There's no time for fun. The enemy are right behind you. Out now on your Amiga. Right, okay, let's go on to the next one. And this is Spot. And this was published by Leisure Genius. Author is Graham Devine. Of course, he's the one who did Seventh Guest, The 11th Hour, and also did some of the later ones on id Software, like Doom 3, did some of the Doom 2 conversions and things, and also Quake 3, I think, as well. And then you have Robert Stein III as producer-director, Ken Hedgecock on music, Robert Stein III on animation, and Darren Bartlett on graphics, and they're known as Binary Magic with the original concept. And it came out for £25.99. The tagline is, "After a long and torturous history, the board game that isn't, well, quite, finally reaches the Amiga, unfortunately with an irritating license tacked on." So let's read out the full review. What is the point of producing a computerized version of an existing board game? Well, a computer-controlled opponent seems as good a reason as any. If it's any cop, that is. Otherwise, you might as well buy the real thing for around half the price. However, here's a computerized version of a board game which doesn't exist and couldn't in any other form without great difficulty. Spot is reminiscent of something, but I can't put my finger on what. Othello is what springs to most people's minds, and I'm no exception, even though the two have little in common other than a board and coloured counters. Spot's board is 7 squares square and supports up to 4 players. In Othello, the colour of the opponent's piece is changed, trapping them between 2 points marked by the other player's pieces. In Spot, the colour of the opponent's pieces is altered to that of the players by placing a piece adjacent to them. A piece can either duplicate itself in an adjacent square or physically move 2 squares away by jumping. When the board's full, the player with the most pieces on it is the winner. The other vague similarity to Othello is the state of which the board can change quite significantly with a single move. So why Spot? Well, the game actually started life as Infection way back in 1988. Infection so called because the pieces were cells, which perhaps makes the whole idea of spreading to adjacent squares and changing the colours of counters a little easier to understand. It was intended to be the flagship for the launch of Mastertronic's 16 Blitz budget label of £4.99 product, but it was not to be. The journalists fortunate enough to play Infection weren't the only ones to be impressed. A big cheese at Virgin Games Software, American arm, Virgin Mastertronics Incorporated, saw it and realised its potential. The release was postponed while a new title was sought. In these days of AIDS, it could have been deemed offensive, though it was interesting to note that one alternative put forward was Virus. Ow. The problem was solved when Virgin Mastertronic Incorporated acquired the license to bring to this medium Spot, the poxy little character used by 7-Up to promote its Uncola in the States. Who needs the UK equivalent Fido Dido, eh? Spot first appeared on the Nintendo console. Despite the cosmetic changes, the basic concept shone through, and it continued to impress. Its fans include apparently Mr. Tetris, Alexei Pachinov himself. Needless to say, Infection will never see the light of day on the home computer front. A shame, even though it was licensed to arcade machine producer Leyland Trade West, from whom Storm has licensed other titles for conversion and released as Attacks, retaining Infection's look and feel and the David Whittaker sound and music. That was done by Gary Penn, and his uppers is a simple concept which all the family can understand and enjoy for many months. Years even. A wide variety of useful options are included. Downers. The absence of suitable rewards is marginally annoying, especially for the younger player who will find it easier to relate to the Spot character. Come to think of it, given the mature nature of this product, the Spot connection is pretty much superfluous. It doesn't in any way reflect its feel. And the bottom line is a class board-based act marred by rank sounds, some minor presentation flaws, and the twee Spot connection. And he gave it 88%. Right, okay, let's go on to the next review. And this is, I love this one. It's Life and Death, published by Mindscape and priced at £25 and 53 pence. It's done by Simon J. Beale. And the tagline is, after a 3-year wait, just like on the NHS, Mindscape's game of internal affairs turns out to be brave, original, but no cause for surgical high spirits. So the review says, oddly, the title screen for this game displays a notice claiming copyright date of 1988. Presumably, this refers to the PC version's release. The Amiga conversion has taken a ridiculously long time to get finished. That's not the only odd thing about it, though. I mean, how many games can you recall that puts you in the shoes of an abdominal surgery specialist? Okay, apart from Barbarian. Still, that's exactly where you'll find yourself here. As a novice surgeon at Toolworks General Hospital, you spend your time prodding at stomachs of people with a wide range of internal defects, ranging from intestinal gas to full-blown appendicitis. It's your job to decide with the aid of x-rays and ultrasound scanning exactly what ails your patients, and what actions to take about it. Beware, though, their lives are very much in your hands, and mistakes invariably, most of the time, result in your charges shuffling off this mortal coil. Not to mention your risk receiving a severe slapping from the chief of surgery. If your diagnosis involves any actual cutting people open and hacking around with their bits type of stuff, then you have to perform the operation yourself, and this is where you get into the real guts of the game. Choosing the most suitable members of your staff to help you is no arbitrary matter. You need the 2 most appropriate assistants from a choice of 6, and be careful some of them don't get on too well with each other, and this may affect their efficiency in the theatre. Then it's time for you to oversee or perform every aspect of the process personally, from washing your hands to putting on your latex gloves. A pair of real latex gloves are supplied in the box to help generate that authentic atmosphere, to actually chopping bits out of your patients and tying up all those loose and gooey ends afterwards. And potentially, stupid mistakes will be stopped in their tracks by your assistants, who will recommend the correct course of action to you, except at the higher skill levels. 3 are available, where they become markedly less helpful. Otherwise, you're on your own. If you mess up badly and cause your patient to die, as you certainly will many times at the beginning, the chief of surgery will call you back to medical school and sarcastically point out what you did wrong and what you should do next time. He also performs this service when you get the initial diagnosis wrong, or when you fail to follow the correct procedure at any time. And that's it. Whatever else you say about life and death, it's certainly a brave and original concept in these days of licenses and coin-op conversions. However, bravery and originality alone do not a great game make. At first, it seems like a stupendously good idea, and for the opening half an hour or so, the game proves both novel and entertaining. From then on, though, you've seen everything that's in it. Well, as most of the things are in your patients, and interest begins to wane. Life and Death is in fact a very simple game masquerading as something incredibly complex. Unfortunately, the diagnosis section doesn't really form an essential part of the game. It's largely window dressing and therefore becomes an irritating obstacle. Operating is the only truly active and satisfying section of the whole thing, as none of the other options actually call on you to do anything. On diagnosing kidney stones, for example, you simply refer the patient to a urologist, and that's your involvement with that particular case over with. Even the operations are a bit of a bind, being high on the nitpicky detail, the number of layers of skin you have to slice through before you get to any organs, for instance, is unnecessary and daft, and incredibly unforgiving of mistakes. This may well be highly realistic, but hey, if you want realism, what are you doing playing a computer game? If you really want to open up someone's guts, go to medical school or join the armed forces. Mindscape is at great pains to point out that Life and Death is a game for fun, not education. Trouble is, it achieves neither. The game fails to properly educate you about how to play it. The instructions in general are woefully inadequate. I actually had to phone Mindscape for several elementary pieces of information before I could get anywhere. And the programming is lazy. I found bugs that crushed the game as well as loads of spelling and typographical errors. Okay, these are minor points, and they don't actually affect the gameplay. But when you pay £25 for a piece of software, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect someone to have bloody well spell-checked it first. Life and Death is sloppy, annoying, and bursting with loads of really niggly little niggles. Life and Death oozes unexplored potential. The idea of limiting its scope to the abdominal area is quite possibly one of necessity. You can't imagine how much memory would be needed to store the internal workings of a whole body. But the guts are hardly the most exciting part of the body and would have been considerably more interesting to have had, say, the upper chest area, heart, lungs, some bones, etc. to work with. What really kills the game in the end, though, is its repetitiveness. There are only about half a dozen possible diagnoses, and you can find yourself spending long minutes identifying viral infections over and over again before being called on to actually doing anything of vaguely surgical nature. Even when you are so required, each operation is very much like the last one. and the whole thing unfortunately becomes something of a bore. I hate to be so down on something so innovative, but there's no way around it. Life and Death is a missed opportunity. And that's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. His uppers is very original, very challenging indeed, and it captures the sweaty hands, operation tension admirably. Well packaged too, with free latex gloves, a book on the history of surgery, and even a surgeon's face mask. Downers, surprisingly little to it, and becomes repetitive to an almost ridiculous degree within a very short space of time. Sloppily put together in many ways. His bottom line is a 3-year-old game and showing its age somewhat. Life and Death isn't completely terrible, but I certainly wouldn't join any long waiting lists for it. And he only gave it 55%. Yeah, I quite like Life and Death. I think it's quite a cute game, but it is a little repetitive. I would give him that, but I love the originality of it. Okay, and then we come to where you can buy discs, Sony discs there. And then we come to Complete Control, where you get some cheats. I love all these cheats. First one I'm going to call out is Treasure Island Dizzy. Start the game and type I can fly to be able to fly. It's great. You're being able to fly around the desert island. Makes it a lot easier to play. Then Total Recall. Type listen to the whales on the title screen with Arnie's face on it. The picture should flip and now you'll be immortal for the first level. For the second level, type either Jimi Hendrix or Jimi Hendrix. So either with a single M and I or double M and Y. TJ Elephant Antics. On the title screen, type and it's backwards. Let's just say it's itchy space A something holes. If you type it in that order on the title screen, you get infinite lives. I do love their swear words, different times. Then we come to a lovely map of Switchblade 2 with all the secrets. I miss this, that being able to see the games and where the secrets are. Beautiful screen. It then goes on to the second level, and you can see some of the cheats. You can see there's a lot less to do in the subsequent levels. Then it comes on to help with how to play Brat. Yeah. Then some nice tips with the Mega Traveller 1. Very useful. I won't go into it all there, but very cool. Including where to trade stuff. Very in-depth. Then there's a beautiful double spread of all the levels of Supercars 2. And yeah, I mean, it's just nice seeing all the overhead tracks there. Beautiful to see. Then we come to more cheats. Probably the two that I'd mention is Carve Up for Infinite Lives, type RJ Tune on the high score table. I might have given that last month. But there's also Chuck Rock on the title screen, the one with the rock band on it. Hit escape and then type Fast Ain't the Word, or Uncle Sam's, or It's Fairy Bow Bells, or She Loves Cleaning Windows, or Life is My Dream for infinite energy. To select the zones with the cheat, type Mortimer during play and use the function keys to select. To select levels, type Turn Frame and use keys 1 to 5 to select. To be able to fly, type Enstrano. So there's good line and cheats there. Don't know if they work, but certainly want to give them a go. Then we come to a beautiful Byte back advert. I do love these. Now let's have a look through. Let's talk about games that don't get mentioned in the bottom line or anything. So first one, Action Stations. Was £21.99. This is really dull naval simulator, but I guess if you like those sort of games, it's quite cool. Likewise, Amos Game Creator, awesome game creation tool. That was £34.99. I spent so much time playing around with Amos. It really was a beautiful language. Then Champion of the Raj, a sort of strategy game. That's £17.99. Then we have Chess Master 2100. Yeah, pretty good Chess Master game, actually, to be fair. That's £19.99. Then there's Colditz. I assume they mean Escape from the Colditz. So that's £19.99. I love that game. It was a sort of almost like a spiritual sequel to Great Escape in many ways. But of course, it's based on the board game Escape from the Colditz. Then there's Conquest of Camelot. That's a Sierra adventure game. That's £24.99 and it was well received back in the day. Certainly nice having it set in sort of like old world England and sort of like the Arthur and Camelot and everything. Very, very cool. It also has Glastonbury Tor, which is somewhere very near to where I grew up. Then there's Feudal Lords for £16.99. That's sort of not very great really, but it's a sort of turn-based strategy. Reminds me a bit of Risk in many ways, but yeah, pretty good. Even though it got terrible reviews. And then there's Gunboat. That's another one at £20.99. Merchant Colony. That's an obscure one. That's at £19.99. What other ones have we got here? Afterburner 2 or Afterburner. £6.99 here. Now I'm assuming that this is the terrible Activision version. But I do want to flag that there was a Sega release version, and it might be that had worse music but far better gameplay. Thankfully, that was the one that I had. Talking of great arcade conversions, there's Continental Circus. This is also £6.99. This was a pretty good racing game, really. As I say, not the greatest racing game in the arcades by any means, but the Amiga did a pretty good version. Although it is a bit like pole position and how you so easily explode. The other one I want to mention is Whizball, also for £6.99. These are really old sort of games, fantastic on the 8-bits, like particularly the C64, but the Amiga version is a good version and well worth it. Of course, very early title for Sensible Software. And then there's, in the sale, you've got Baal, £3.99. This was a weird sort of like from the side shooter. Still very good price, but does show you how quickly it dropped in price because it wasn't one of the Psygnosis's best. Then you have Colossus Chess X for £9.99. That's a good price. And Daily Double Horse Racing for £8.99, which is just an interesting game, I guess. And then Elite was £12.99. I mean, I love it on the Amiga. I think it is such a good version. And then, what else have we got? Well, then we have Mousetrap for £4.99, which was it almost looks like a PD game, but it's a sort of like single screen puzzle platformer, really. Not the greatest, not even at £4.99. And then there's Netherworld, a Hewson shoot 'em up, not very good either. Far better on the 8-bits. That's also £4.99. Then we come to look at some of the public domain games. And the first one, there's Star Trek. Superb game based on the TV series featuring superb digitized graphics and sound. 2D, I presume that means 2 discs maybe? No, 2D. 1 megabyte and 3 discs. There's also Pac-Man 87, a multi-level version of this addictive arcade classic. Then there's Castle of Doom, an adventure game with graphics, the beginner level. Yeah, I've got fond memories of that one. Then the amazing Drip. I think this does get reviewed later on, but this is an arcade quality game with digitized sound and smooth sprites. Plus China, Challenge, Super Gridder, Frogger, and Air Traffic Control, Sim Mutant, and Ping Pong are on it. So these are like the Assassin games, I assume. And then Assassin Games 27 is Star Trek US space strategy game, Captain the USS Enterprise and Repel Klingons. And that's 2D, 1 megabyte and 2 discs. Yeah, I love the Assassin game collections. Right, and then we come to a beautiful CDTV special. This was, of course, the Commodore new console that was basically an Amiga with a CD drive. Very, very expensive. And, it was at a time when they didn't really know what they were going to be doing. It was more about multimedia than games and for the very high end. But Amiga Power trying to make sense of it in this article. So let's read it out. Just what is so special about CDTV? Colin Campbell tries to figure it out. Most of us are capable of recognizing an outrageous hype campaign when we see one. But equally, most of us are perfectly capable of falling for its charms. Not having seen Dances with Wolves, say, can quickly become a social handicap, just as having played Xenon 2 on CDTV seems to fast becoming a measure of computer gaming status these days. So CDTV, what is it exactly? Magazine article, word of mouth, and even Commodore's own adverts are disturbingly vague on this point, and why exactly it has lodged itself obstinately at the very pinnacle of the ever-changing next big thing league. And even more to the point, why should it be of any great interest to readers of Amiga Power? As with all the hype campaigns, there are disciples and there are detractors, all of whom manage to confuse the hell out of you, me, and even the machine's manufacturer, Commodore. Just look below the surface, though, and you'll find things are surprisingly simple. Read on and we'll explain all. First off, then, what exactly is a CDTV? Well, simply this. It's an Amiga rigged up to a compact disc player, all tucked away in a pretty black box. To play, simply take a game CD, insert it into the CD drive, and grab the joystick. And that's all it does, in the main. In actual fact, CDTV is a little more than a very good, very swish-looking games computer. Ignore attempts to explain concepts like interactive multimedia experience, and you have to have a pretentious streak a mile wide to fall in with the curious notion that to be deemed a success, CDTV must be regarded as incomprehensible phenomenon on a par with Stonehenge. At least half the stuff you'll ever hear or read about the CDTV is pure hogwash. So why all the fuss? Well, imagine someone sneaked into your house, trashed your Amiga disk drive and placed it with a CD drive, complete with a wide range of games CDs. You would hardly be banging off letters to Crime Watch, would you? After all, instead of fussy and noisy old drive, you've got yourself a nice, slick, compact disc player that can run games, provided such a thing as game CDs existed, which we will assume for the moment, not to mention double up playing music CDs when you're bored of killing things. Even better, you'd also be able to sample serious CD software, but we'll come to that later. Basically then, you wouldn't have lost anything, but you'd have gained a lot. So what's a lot? Well, for a start, large games would no longer require 2 or 3 or even 8 discs. Everything would fit onto one CD. That wretched chore of disc swapping would soon become a thing of nostalgia, freaks or poor relatives only. When you gave it a whirl, you wouldn't find any noticeable change in graphic display. It is an Amiga, and these are Amiga games after all, but you would find that games are bigger, much bigger, and getting around them takes less time. All of the hitches which made you want to kick and scream have been eliminated. Anyone who claims this is not the way to the future is a fool. But as with all joyous innovations, there are setbacks. With CDTV, a device designed to do everything we've outlined above, it's not the technology which causes the problems. It's all tried and tested equipment packaged in a different way after all. But the frighteningly uninteresting question of market forces, best discussed by men in suits. Nevertheless, to get a fix on CDTV, we must, for a brief moment, get inside the mind of a person whose job it is to persuade thee and me to fork out a whacking £600 on a home computer. Remember, that's double the price of a normal Amiga. For that's how much it costs. Naturally, our man, for it is a he, is a mid-Atlantic businessman and therefore prone to corporatese. He's always saying things like synergetic mixing of graphics, video, music, text and sound. It's a step forward for the interactive multimedia entertainment generation. It's the gateway to the 21st century, which sounds pretty enough, but doesn't quite explain what the beast can do. In truth, it can do much less than an Amiga would if it ran huge storage floppy disks. The magic isn't in the machine, it's in the CD. One silver disk can hold 550 megabytes of information, which quite stunningly is the equivalent of 700 Amiga floppy disks. Not bad, eh? This in turn means that software developers can chuck all the music, graphics, text and sound that make up the most complex games onto the CD, mix it all up and have space to spare. The only annoying aspect of the CD is you can't write to it, which is hardly catastrophic if you're just playing games. You can move about games swiftly, but perversely, disk access is far from perfect. Bear in mind that it's a 1 megabyte machine, which might be required to continuously access different areas of a 550 megabyte CD. Even so, once the program is snugly nestling inside CDTV, it zips along at a jaunty rate. Our grey-suited man knows all this, but he's paid stupid amounts of money to manipulate the facts, and he does so admirably. The point is, if you're toying with the idea of buying a CDTV, don't take a blind bit of notice of all this multimedia nonsense. Stick to the facts. So you pop off down to Dixon's or wherever for a sneaky fiddle, and what do you find? Nothing very much at all. If you're looking for a computer, which you'll be confronted by, looks suspiciously video recorder-esque. It's matte black, it's got one of those little light displays, and it sports a front-loaded system. As with a video, it comes with a remote control, which you remotely control everything. The remote features a joypad not unlike those of the Mega Drive or Nintendo. There's no keyboard, you can buy one as extra, so you can play exclusively through a point-and-click environment. For the techie among you, I should point out that we're being treated to 1 megabyte of RAM as well as an extra 2 megabyte, which simply helps the machine do its thing. There's also 512k of ROM, which hauls everything along. It contains Kickstart. Graphics and sound capabilities are exactly the same as with your Amiga 500, but there's also a tasty 1 megabyte of video RAM. And then that's it, more or less. What's interesting is not what it can do, but how it can be perceived. And then there's a yellow box out saying why nobody knows what the hell is going on. Acronym nuts will be pleased to learn that CDTV apparently stands for Commodore Dynamic Total Vision, but most of us can happily bimble through life clutching two very simple abbreviations. They are CD and TV, and they are self-explanatory. However, CDTV's grand title is the seed from which all manner of trouble has grown. When important people were first shown the CDTV, they were utterly enraptured. That was 2 years ago, and still CDTV is not in the shops. In the meantime, everyone and their word processor has been busily attempting to quantify and explain the results, is that no one knows what the hell is going on. Commodore confused the matter further by launching the dear thing every time more than half a dozen journalists assembled in the same place. One industry wit described it as the ship that faced 1,000 launches. Hacks from everything from the Daily Telegraph to Toy Trader duly started scribbling about how hard it is to explain before introducing our friend, the businessman, who made a point of talking nonsense about mixed-up multimedia generations, thus making the prediction nicely true. Much of the confusion stems not from the CDTV's undoubted capabilities as a games machine, but from its untested capabilities as an information database. Programs in the offing include the complete works of Shakespeare, the illustrated Holy Bible, and World Vista Atlas. And along with that sort of thing, sitting alongside straight shoot-em-ups, it becomes easy to see where some of the confusion comes from. The problem isn't just that nobody knows what the machine can do, it's that nobody knows who it's meant to be aimed at. But anyway, back to the information database stuff. Instead of flicking through paper versions of these fine works, You wander through a pictorial databases soaking up information at will. If, for instance, you were interested in bonkers Shakespearean characters, you could easily call up information on King Lear, Hamlet, Lady Macbeth and Titus Andronicus. It's not a game, but it can be more fun than wading through the Penguin edition of the Bard's Doings. On other interesting little fancies include All Dogs Go to Heaven and Electric Crayon, which acts as a digital colouring book for youngsters. But let's get back to the games. You'll recognise many of the titles on offer simply because software houses are smart enough to try their best games on the new format. This means we won't be offered a heap of old rubbish, though the existence of Psycho Killer tends to refute this. But the best in entertainment software, Falcon, Future Wars, Xenon 2, Pro Tennis, Bat and Lemmings, Battlestorm, they're all here, as well as some pretty odd offerings which we're told are being written with the intention of making the most of the CDTV. Tiger Media's Airwave Adventure, Case of the Cautious Condor, is an Agatha Christie-style detective romp featuring more than 1,000 scenes. It's kind of like watching a movie, except you call the shots. The CD-based FM Towns version has already been scooping awards in Japan. Movie-style games are at the top of the agenda for forward-thinking producers. It is no surprise that Lucasfilm have waded in with an extended version of the Battle of Britain cracker Their Finest Hour. Talented animation team Sullivan Bluth of Dragon Lair fame are also working on a science fiction extravaganza. Programs cost anything from £30 for an Amiga conversion to £50 for a really special game. When you consider that the hardware costs £600, it's hardly a purchase to be taken lightly. For the current Amiga owners, I'm guessing that there's quite a few of you reading this. There's the option of a £299 CD drive, which is being claimed will turn your machine into a CDTV, though of course it won't pack it away in a snug black box. And, you know, I actually own that. That was called the A570, and it really worked and was awesome. Optimistically, Commodore expects 80% of the Amiga owners to come up with the cash. We're not so sure. There's no doubt that your pals will be impressed if you tool up with some CDTV kit, but your bank manager might not be so overwhelmed. Then it says, what else is there? CDTV fate is always to be the first CD-based home computer. In years to come, only sad misfits will claim that it was a work of technical genius. Commodore and CDTV have some extremely powerful enemies. Chief amongst these is Philips and its compact disc interactive CDI system. Philips, who invented the home video recorder and audio compact disc, will be unleashing their little monster in about a year's time. It will be at least £200 more expensive than the CDTV, but from what we've seen, it will be much better. Little extras are being prepared for the CDI, including full motion video, whole interactive movies on one CD. We won't harp on about CDI, but let's suggest that if these systems were countries, CDI would be Japan, and CDTV would just about get away with being Ireland. A world apart. And then it talks about what they said, and then we'll come back to what the games they flag. What they said. We can't help feeling that it will take more than words to prove that CDTV is really something special, but it's worth checking out what the people who have the most to win or lose have to say. So they talked to Steve Franklin of Commodore UK Managing Director. He says, we're going to tell the people why they need CDTV. We have to give them a reason for wanting it. People need something new. Television is in the doldrums, camcorders are yesterday's thing, CDTV adds a new dimension to games playing. It's out of this world. Dawn Levac of Commodore UK Marketing Manager, she says, it is essential that it is seen as something wholly new, different and exciting. If not, it will only ever appeal to the boundaries of the home computer market. Nigel Hayden, meanwhile, who's a technical advisor to the independent Commodore Products user group, he says Commodore are calling CDTV an interactive machine, but you can't really interact with it at the moment. The CDs are only good to read, you can't write them. Eric Matthews of the Bitmap Brothers, he says, we're looking at CDI, but none of the machines are ready yet. So for us, CDTV is an excellent machine to cut our teeth on. Then there's Julie Phillips of Philips Interactive Media. If people buy now, they will be locked with Amiga technology. When CDI arrives, it will have full motion video with TV quality. It depends if they're prepared to wait. Then there's Kelly Summer of Commodore National Sales Manager. It could quadruple profits, she says. Then there's Nolan Bushnell, the CDTV project manager, and yes, that Nolan Bushnell of Atari founder fame. CDTV will truly change the way people learn and are entertained. It's the real new media of the 90s. And David Lemmings Jones of DMA Design, he says some of the early software titles won't really make the most of the hardware. We'll have to give it a year before we really see what it can do. And then they summarize some of the light entertainment for the CDTV. So first they talk about Lemmings by Psygnosis, and they say it's exactly the same as the Amiga version we love so dearly. Somewhat disappointingly, we had more fun with this than anything prepared with the CDTV in mind. It's a shame really, because it's an even better Lemmings would have shown us how the CDTV differs from the Amiga. In the event, this proves our point. Apart from the obvious apparatus, CDTV really isn't that different to the Amiga. Then also bundled free with the CDTV, because Lemmings was the other software, is just a demo, and it's Planetside by Psygnosis. And they say it's a wholly non-playable but astonishingly fast demo of forthcoming game Planetside. The aircraft whizzes along beautifully with grim landscapes. While attempting to avoid lurking enemies, your control system is ultra state-of-the-art. But for now, it's look and don't touch. The game should be out early next year, and it never was, sadly. It was a unreleased game. Other games or products is Dr. Wellman's A Guide to Good Health. And this was like a book, basically a digital book, and it says you can point and click your way through your anatomy. It's all here, everything from how to brush your teeth right through to the sordid secrets of gonorrhea. Each section contains written and spoken advice on all manner of problems, but the drawings are substandard and the advice is at best bleeding obvious. And then they have another section with games. Most of the first CDTV games will be instantly familiar to you because all the best classics are being remastered on the CD format. But some, but precious few, are being updated. But at least with these CDs, you'll know what you're getting. So first of all, they talk about Xenon 2 by Imageworks at £29.99. Vertically scrolling kill 'em all from those bitmap fellows. Fast and loud and lots of fun. It also contains a slim element of strategy in as much as you get to choose how huge your weapons should be. Xenon 2 given yet another lease of life to the CDTV. Of course, it was basically the same game, but it did have rather cool remixes, about 8 of them, of the Xenon 2 music, which was cool, that it could play in-game. Then there's Snoopy by The Edge at £29.99. Simplistic and pretty cartoon adventure that should appeal to youngsters. Unfortunately, that Charlie Brown humour is sadly lacking. Oh brother, everybody's favourite Beagle will soon be making the transition from the Amiga to CDTV. Yes, that did get released, and I quite like the version. I mean, it overuses a lot of the samples from the TV show, but it's basically the standard Snoopy game that was on the 8-bits and also on the Amiga, just with some extra sounds, really. Then there was Falcon by Mirror Image at £49.99. Stupendous flight simulation, which despite its advancing years, should not be consigned to the aircraft boneyard yet. We're hoping to see some real improvements over the original Amiga version. Don't think it ever got released. I don't remember it. Mirasoft's Falcon is still regarded as one of the best all-round flight simulations on the Amiga. And then finally on here is Wrath of the Demon. Entertainment International, also £29.99. And they say great arcade adventure, absolutely jam-packed with pretty pictures and tasty graphical tricks. CDTV should bring out the best in the game. And it says, the original Amiga version of Wrath of the Demon suffered from monumental disk access. The CDTV version should cure this problem at least. Then they finally mention Psycho Killer, done by Online, and was £29.99 and to be released. And they say, everybody loves a gory horror movie, so wouldn't it be fun to actually call the shots? Interactive blood and guts gore fest. Psycho Killer consists of a bad guy, a good guy, a couple of weapons, the silliest dialogue since Halloween 3, and a collection of commendable, appalling digitized pictures. You control by clicking on either direction buttons or on objects on the screen. We begin, it was a cold November day. From there, it's all downhill. And so they mention, like, what have we here? Looks suspiciously like a mad dog psycho whose hobbies include leaping around in camp fashion while carving people up into lumps of unpleasantness. Our friend is wielding a machete. You're wielding a pair of Reeboks, £39.95 from Olympic Sport. You click on Nutty Boy's teeth and our hero blurts, eat my Reeboks, freak face. Oh boy. Plenty of gameplay here. Point at the arrow, click and go forwards. Keep doing this randomly until you get to an interesting bit. You're bound to get on the right track sooner or later. Maybe. The man is behind you. Should you stand still and wait to be redesigned, or should you get the hell away from Captain Mincemeat? I know, let's go down the video shop to watch a movie. Yes, there you go. Then we come to more adverts. And a 2 meg expansion for the Amiga, that's cool. Could take it up to 2.5 megs. Wow. Then we get another section, which is, if I were not in this industry. Something else I'd like to be if I were not in this industry. A window cleaner? Me? Now there's a thought. Gary Penn, being the only one in the office to remember the obscure Monty Python song, put this question to a selection of veteran coders. Here's what they had to say. So Michael Montgomery of Bitmap Brothers fame, he says, a goal for me, but not professionally. You can't drink. I enjoy playing. My handicap's the worst, about 26 or something like that, but I haven't played for 2 years. I'm starting again this month. Christopher Yates, who's a programmer on Sensible Software, he says a test pilot me for very dangerous aircraft. It'd be more exciting than coding, but the craft's got to have less than a 50% chance of coming back for me to do it. By the law of averages, I'd only survive 2 flights. Then again, there's no reason why I couldn't go on forever. Dan Malone, artist and designer at Bitmap Brothers, he says, a comic book artist me for 2000 AD type comics. I've always wanted to be one, ever since I wanted to grow up. I suppose in some ways, computer games are comics on the screen. Then there's Mev Dink, joint MD of Vivid Image Development. In the TV or film industry me, I'd still like to be involved in creativity, coming up with program concepts or as a film director. You'll have such control over a film and you can do so much to influence people. Then there's Jason Perkins of Strange Ways. A solicitor me, I was influenced at an early age by TV shows like Pentracelli. Then there's Chris Long, programmer of Chuck Rock. A comic book artist me, I'm crap at drawing, but I'd like to be good, and that's where I'd like to do it. Then Jordan Menschner, author of Prince of Persia. I'd like to write screenplays for the movies me, which I'm doing now. My first screenplay is being looked at by a producer, and I've just completed my second. I'm also making short 16mm films now, which means I'm trying to do 3 things at once. The story for Prince of Persia 2 I'm working out now. It will involve the same character. He won the princess hand at the end of the first adventure and marries her. Something new and terrible happens, but I'm still working out the details. Then there's Jonathan Hare, joint Emperor and Sensible Software leader. A writer me, I'd like to write musicals or plays because I like the theatre and I like playing music and I like writing things. My dad did amateur dramatics for about 20 years, so I was brought up with it. It's not so much the performing, but the directing and so on I'd like. But I'd probably fail and I'd end up hungry. Then there's Ross Goodley, author of Gravity and Drop Soldier. A session guitarist me, simply because it's the other love in my life. Then there's Peter Irvin, co-author of Exile. A rally driver me. It'd be exciting. I like driving and you can do all sorts of wild things in a rally car, especially if someone's sponsoring it. You wouldn't have to worry too much about smashing it up. Then there's Martin Day of the assembly line, and he says, something in electronics, me. It's how I got into computers. I'd like to design digital electronics, nothing analog. A groundbreaking computer, perhaps? Then there's Nick Pelling, author of 3D Pool, Loops, and he was a programmer on them. A pop star me, just so I could write a song for Paul Abdul. Then David Braben, author of course, Elite and Elite 2. An astronomer me, it's a very interesting subject, something which stimulates the imagination. It's fundamentally a boring science, but there's some interesting aspects, such as the formation of solar systems and how long the Earth is likely to be where it is, and how long before we get hit by the next major meteorite. Then there's Archer McLean, author of IK Plus and also 147 3D Snooker, which of course became Jimmy White Snooker. Filling out Steven Spielberg's role, me, I'd get a kick out of the creating an escapist scenario such as an Indiana Jones plot, filming it and then knowing that millions of people would be piling into cinemas to enjoy it. Seems to me, as a creator of games, that the challenge of organising large-scale special effects is remarkably similar to the process involved in producing the special effects in the micro-world of games computers. Then there's Michael Powell, author of Power Drone. A pilot, me, or a fast jet fighter. You probably don't get paid very well, but at least it'd be exciting. Actually, a World War II fighter pilot, perhaps, would be better for the dogfighting. Then there's Andrew Braybook. Of course, he did Paradroid 90 and Rainbow Islands. He says, a rock star, me. It's a hobby that I don't do very well at the moment, but if I put more time into it, I might get good at it. Life's too short to do a job you don't enjoy doing. Yes, I'm in a band, but we haven't got a name for it. It started about 10 years ago and it's only just reformed. I play bass. I would have been a bank manager or an airline pilot, but there were too many exams for the former and I'm colourblind, so that ruled out the latter. Then Paul Shirley, author of Quartz and Spin Dizzy World. Retired, me. Because it's easier than working, isn't it? I feel like a life of leisure with no deadlines and never having to finish anything. Actually, I could become a Belgian chocolate taster. Have you ever tried Belgian chocolate? Then you have John Twiddy of Vivid Image Developments, and he says, a lorry driver, me. I don't know why. It would be the lure of the freedom of the roads, or that I like running over hedgehogs. It's obviously something to do with my childhood. Then we come to a lovely double-page ad with all these premium numbers. You can win, I don't know, motocross bikes, Mega Drives, the Sanyo CD Hi-Fi. Oh, a winner Space Age TV. I love the Philips Discoverer TV. It's such a gorgeous TV. I have seen them. It's always been a wish of mine to get one. I just haven't got the space. Then there's, of course, Amiga 500, and it has 10 games there. Or you could win top 5 Amiga soccer games, which according to them is Final Whistle, Soccer Manager, Kickoff 2, Gaza, and World Championship Soccer. Because remember, Sensible Soccer hasn't come out yet. Finally, you can win the top 10 Amiga games, which is from that top 10 list that we went through last month. Now we come to another interview special. This is with Core, and it says, we're sick to death of boring flight sims. And it has a lovely big picture of Jeremy Smith, the managing director of Core Design. He says, we don't really have any team leaders or project managers in the programming department. I suppose I oversee all that kind of thing as much as it needs doing, but to a large extent, it runs itself. As the part of a project, we get everyone together and talk it through with everyone making their own contribution. But we're all so close to all the games here that suggestions and decisions are being made all the time. And aren't we all, answering the we're sick or to the death of boring flight sims? And they carry on with, and aren't we all, Core Design's upcoming AH-73M Thunderhawk, a decidedly user-friendly and shoot-'em-uppy helicopter sim, looks like it will go some way to setting the balance right. But it's just one in a number of interesting projects lined up for release during 1991. Thunderhawk's just the beginning though, says managing director Jeremy Smith. This is a year that's really going to put us on the map. This is Core Design. Matt Bilby nods and looks suitably impressed. After all, he says it with such conviction and self-belief, you actually start to believe him. And then it goes through a lovely picture from left to right, Richard Barclay, Jeremy Smith and Kevin Norborn. as marketing manager, managing come creative director and financial director. These three run the business side of Core Design. We run it sensibly as a business. The main thing is to make sure that nothing goes late and that we're coming out with the right products at the right times. It continues. Core's Jeremy Smith is big. Some, including most of his employees, would say rather too big, cheery and incredibly enthusiastic about his company. And well, he should be. After all, not only have Core been responsible for their fair share of great Amiga games, Rick Dangerous 1 and 2, Carve Up, Corporation and Chuck Rocks spring to mind. They seem to have done it with the minimum of sweat and tears too. And it's quite a big and, when they took the fairly major step of going it alone and publishing their own games last year, they seemed to achieve it with barely a hitch. There's something, luck, good management on their side, that's for sure. The last time I visited Core was for your Sinclair. They were just finishing off their last product for Microprose, Rick Dangerous 2, and the place was buzzing with the idea that they were about to start publishing for themselves. Well, I thought, they're not planning to do any 8-bit stuff, so I won't be coming back here for a while. How wrong can you be? In the year or so since, then Amiga Power happened, so I'm suddenly interested in 16-bit once again. Corporation made it big, and the risk Core took in doing everything themselves looked like it was a very wise one indeed. For successful developers to publish their own products suddenly looks like it could be surprisingly easy. One reason it's gone so smoothly is because of the people we've got, says Managing Director Jeremy Smith. Kevin Norburn, the Financial Director, and myself have been in the industry longer than we care to remember, and we've already made it just about all the mistakes it's possible to make while we were being employed by other people. At Core, there are just the three of us, the other being the marketing manager, Richard Barkley, running the management side of things of the company, and that seems to be all we need. Everyone else is a programmer or a graphic artist. You certainly don't seem to have suffered very much from the old problem of slippage. None of your products have run hopelessly late. No, we never seem to have any slippage. If a product is meant to be released on a certain date, then that's when it will come out. I guess it's all to do with everyone being very close to all the projects, so we can set ourselves realistic schedules, see how things are going and make adjustments early. We structure things so we can produce fairly easy to program, but hopefully high-selling games like Warzone, say, which will keep us going while we spend time on bigger projects. There's no real gap between management and programmers. We're all working to the same ends and in the same offices too. So it's realistic scheduling then that makes it all so easy? Well, yes, but I suppose good management skills in general too. Richard Barkley backs this up. I suppose I've been spoiled, but since I've been at Core, everything's happened exactly as it was meant to, with very little hassle to speak of. It's getting so I can't really see any excuse for problems other publishers have at all. With both Chuck Rock and Warzone, we set the release date 6 months ago, and both products came out when we said they would, to the day, and that was without anyone having to work around the clock too. Surely with products like Chuck Rock, it's fairly easy to set a reasonable schedule. It's when games get more experimental or unusual in nature that you start to get problems. Well, that's true, says Jeremy, but we are generally pretty good at estimating how long something is going to take. We have projects working to a year-long schedule, projects set at 6 months and so on. It's all to do with knowing exactly what it is you're setting out to do in the first place. Something like Corporation might take longer than a Warzone, but potentially the rewards are higher. We've even been very lucky with that product. In fact, the Amiga version of Corporation alone has done so well that the ST1 didn't really prove to be necessary for our financial health at all. It's done so well that it allowed us to give more time back to other projects and put their release dates back a bit. Thunderhawks benefited from that, and so has Frenetic. We've had time to get a rather nice front-end sequence run up by that ex-animator Jason Gee, for instance. Jason's an interesting addition to your team, isn't he? Didn't he win an animation competition or something? Yes, he did. We got him scheduled to start work on a new project after he finished the stuff for Frenetic, which should be rather special. In fact, we've been getting quite a few interesting new people joining up recently. It's really nice we don't seem to have to ever poach people or go looking for them. They just ring us up. Recently, Jer O'Carroll and Jed Gierney started, and the game they're working on is really stunning. Jer used to be an animator for Sullivan Bluth. You know, the people in Ireland who recently did the full-length cartoon All Dogs Go to Heaven. And they're working on what will be our major Christmas release, Heimdall. I'm convinced it will be the biggest thing we've ever done. Yes, Heimdall, this really does look like it will be quite a remarkable product. The style is very similar to those Sullivan Bluth games, Space Ace, Dragon's Lair, and so on. Yet this is much more of, well, a proper game. Yes, it's all based on ancient Norse myths, you see, and the look is all very Viking. The storyboards and the work they've done so far are amongst the most gorgeous I've ever seen. Heimdall was the sort of look out of the Norse gods, wasn't he? He'd stand on the rainbow bridge that joined Earth to Asgard, home of the gods, and sound the warning if anyone attacked, which is all very well. It's nice to have a vocation and everything, but standing around and waiting is hardly the sort of thing that intriguing gameplay is made of, is it? No, I guess it isn't. That's why we're telling the story of a young Heimdall before he took up the guardianship of Asgard. Our Heimdall is half god, half human, and has to prove himself worthy of acceptance into their ranks. His task is to sail around in a longship, visiting various islands and collecting and returning missing items to Asgard. At one point, he's got to collect Thor's hammer and return it to him. The main game screens look a bit like Sullivan Bluth does Cadaver. Well, the basic gameplay is of the 3D isometric puzzle sort, not unlike Cadaver or lots of old 8-bit games, I suppose you could say, and of course it's packed with all those lovely cartoon-like graphics. We will have some shorter arcade-like sequences where we can really go to town visually. A scene where Heimdall has to catch a greased pig that's constantly running away from him, for instance, or an axe-throwing contest which takes place a bit like a game of computer darts. This takes place in a pub and Heimdall's drunk, so his aim keeps wobbling about all over the place. His target is actually to sever the strapped-down plaits of a young girl's hair, so if he misses and hits her head, there'll be a nasty mess. In fact, at the moment, the sequence is really rather horrible, bloodthirsty sequence, which comes up if the axe actually strikes her face. But it's been done as a bit of a joke, and I'm sure it'll come out for the final version. What's the reaction been like so far? Generally, people who've seen anything of the game have been stunned. Reaction in America was incredible. Like I said, if this doesn't turn out to be one of the biggest products Core has ever done, something would have gone terribly wrong. How do you feel Thunderhawk will do going up against Microprose's Gunship 2000 later on this year, let alone all the other flight sims that are out there or due for release soon? Is it daunting? Not really. We like Gunship and we're looking forward to 2000, but really ours is a very different game, as I'm sure Mac and others involved will tell you, and they did see the box out on Thunderhawk. Our game started out life as a sophisticated shoot-'em-up and still has those leanings. It may appeal to a different sort of game player, or it may appeal to the same game players for a different reason. But the fact remains that despite surface similarities, the two games are not setting out to do the same thing at all. They're complementary, if anything, not rivals. And anyway, Gunship 2000 on the Amiga probably won't be available until the end of the year at least, so there's not really a problem at all. That's good, because you've had some funny timings lately, haven't you? First Chuck Rock comes out, and now you see the same time an Ocean's Toki see the review issue, a similar caveman-style game. Not to mention Titus Prehistoric, also this issue. And then Warzone goes head-to-head with Mercs. Rather odd, wouldn't you say? I know, it's weird, isn't it? There hadn't been any Akari Warrior-style games for ages, and then two quite well-received ones come along at once. Normally, we don't particularly like to go up against licensed products and the like. We didn't release anything last Christmas, as you may have noticed. for fear that it would get lost in the big rush of big name titles. But I think that's starting to change. We're confident enough with Heimdall to let it go up against the really big names, for instance. It's getting near to going home time by this point, so I make this question my last. What does the future hold for Core then? Do you see yourself slowly developing into a traditional medium-sized or even large software house? Or do you see things continuing pretty much as they are at the moment? Or what? As for getting bigger, no, there are no plans for that. Not really. We don't want to be another Domark or whatever. We want to concentrate on original, high-quality, 16-bit and increasingly console product, with a ceiling somewhere around the 10 new projects a year mark. 17 people work here at the moment, and I don't really want to see things rising above, say, 20. With the sort of numbers we would have here at the moment, it's possible to keep track of and have everybody involved in every project. Everyone can and does make a comment and have an influence on everything we do, and that helps keep the quality high. But don't take my word for it. Wait and see. I think you'll be suitably impressed by what we do this year. And once again he smiles and looks so utterly confident, I can't help but believe him. So then we'll go back to some of the products they're working on. So first of all is Rob Toon, the programmer. I mean, he went on to do, I don't know, games like Curse of Enchanter, and he also did some of the home ports of Namco Museum, and more recently he did the Windows versions of WWE 22 and PGA Golf 23, and even more recently worked on the Switch version of Lego 2K Drive and Hop Spin 2K25 and Mafia the Old Country, so he's still in the industry to this day. But here he's talking about Frenetic, which was a core shoot-'em-up. Frenetic is, and this is just a work in progress about it, Frenetic is an 8-level vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up. Hardly something to get wildly excited about, you might think. And yet one look at it and you start to realise it's actually rather good. Perhaps very good. It's certainly colourful, more like a console game than anything. And indeed, as we talk about it, the conversation keeps coming back to the classic Mega Drive and PC Engine titles. After all, they have the best ender-level nasties, says programmer Rob Toon, and they happen to be my favourite bit of any game. So they ask him, so Rob, how's Frenetic different from other shoot-'em-ups? Well, in some ways you could say that it isn't. Not really, except that I've tried to take all my favourite bits from arcade and console games. I've enjoyed and mixed them together in a pleasing way. I like games where there's lots of bullets dodging and the landscape doesn't keep getting in the way all the time. I want to make you sweat a bit, but I don't want to make it unfair. I've tested the game with basic firepower and know that it's possible to complete it without having to collect every weapon you see. Too many games put you in what I call a no-win situation. They make it impossible to progress beyond certain points if you haven't picked up the right weapons earlier in the game, which is an annoying and unfriendly way to do it. Playing it looks like you've got the collision detection a little off. That's deliberate. If you look at it closely, you'll see that bullets that just clip the wings or the nose of your ship don't destroy it outright at all. I want it to be generous with things like collision detection and hopefully create the feeling that you're just slipping through the bullets, that they may be burning the outside of your ship and knocking bits off it, but you're still more or less in one piece. Banging into the landscape doesn't destroy you either. It's just sort of slide along it. I want the aliens to be the things you really have to worry about. The only time the landscape will kill you is if you get trapped by some sort of rock formation and it forces you off to the bottom of the screen, though that doesn't happen very often. At one point we were thinking of having it so bits of your ship and perhaps some of the weapons you've collected and so on fall off when you cap a glancing blow from a bullet. But thinking about it, we decided that it'd be better using the memory to make the aliens look and act impressively than do too much with the spaceship, really. I'm still not really sure why it is, though, that you've done a shoot-'em-up. Surely there are too many of them about, as it is. One thing Core seems to be quite good at is is taking an established game and souping it up. It's what we did with Rick Dangerous games, and it's what we did with Warzone. There's no real reason behind us doing a shoot 'em up like this one, except that we've not done one before, and I think it's actually one of the most diverse sorts of games around. People say they're all the same, but they're not if you're a fan, and I just happen to like to kill big things. It's the little details I enjoy as much as anything. The fact that someone's thought about how to make the power-ups work in a pleasing way. The fact that they've gone to the trouble of colour-coding everything in the game has a feeling of completeness, and the fact that the learning curve is timed just right. Too many shoot-em-ups look superficially good, but play appallingly. There haven't been all that many great shoot-em-ups on the Amiga, really, have there? Tell me some you enjoy. Well, I like Hybris, even though it's a bit easy, and Battle Squadron, but that's even easier. They both had good ender-level aliens too, though they all acted in exactly the same way as the other. Our nasties are all totally different. Swiv looks good too, but I've not got around to playing it yet. And that's about it, really. What about Xenon 2? I knew you'd say that. I found it unplayable. It kept restricting your movements and then sending waves of aliens right down the path you're forced to take, something I can't stand. The shooting was pretty unreliable too. I prefer the original Xenon, if I'm honest. Anything else to be said about the game? Just a few quick points. For a start, we've not included a credit system, because that's deliberate, because we found that using credits, we're completing even the best console shoot-em-ups too easily and not really getting full value money out of them. Take credits away and you make progress harder, but I think more satisfying. I also vary the speed of the background scrolling quite a lot. Even without adding more aliens to the screen, you can up the excitement level by a notch or two quite easily by simply making the background whiz by faster. It's all part of adding emotion to the game. Speeding up the music can add to this too. At one point, we have everything, background music, the lot, speed up towards the end of the level and slow right down to a hat, go quiet, and then we take all the small aliens off the screen. You know that something exciting is going to happen and are waiting for it. So when the big end of level baddie appears, it's a really impressive moment. It's an idea that came yet again from a console game and is the sort of thing that will make, hopefully, Frenetic really memorable. And they also got a picture of Jason Gee there, the ex-animator and front-end sequences. And Frenetic will be released in July. Then we get AH73M Thunderhawk, where they interview Macintosh Avery, incredibly talented programmer, of course, now known as Sarah Jane Avery. But, I mean, wow, she's been involved with things such as she did the Mega CD version of Chuck Rock worked on Jaguar XJ20, Soulstar on the Mega CD, amazing game. Did Thunderstrike 2 and Shell Shock on the Saturn, and then worked on Lara Croft, Tomb Raider and the Angel of Darkness, doing like some of the camera systems. She also does a lot for the industry scene, but this is pretty much the beginning of her career. I mean, at this point, she only worked on that Combo Racer and Gemini Wing that you'll see in the sort of like bottom line. But on to the game. AH73M Thunderhawk. This one's been through a number of incarnations to get where it is today. First, it was a 3D engine developed by Mac Avery in his spare time over a number of years. Then a 3D shoot-em-up with little regard for the complexities of flight sims. And now in its final form is either an arcade-like flight sim or a super complicated shoot-em-up. One thing that's not changed is it's about helicopters. So Mac, what's it like going head-to-head with Gunship 2000? We don't think we are. We like Gunship and look forward to this new version, but they're trying to do something totally different. Ours is much more of an action game. The only real similarity is that they both have helicopters in them. And both are set in the near future? Well, yes. As far as we're concerned, we've done that to make it more arcade-like. Basically, if we pretend it's in the future, we can say that weapons are smaller and so on, and will fit on each chopper. Now, there's no danger of you running out of missiles in the middle of a dogfight or whatever. It also means that we can play a bit fast and loose with the abilities of each aircraft too. They're all based on existing American and Russian craft. You're flying what is basically an Apache gunship, and the baddies have updated versions of the current Hind, Hokum, the Apache equivalent, MiG-29 and Su-25, the A-10 tank buster lookalike models. The finishing is quite a bit more arcadey than, say, F-29, which is one of the more shoot-em-uppy flight sims. We've got rid of all that tedious flying over long distances to get to your target stuff. An animated sequence does the work for us. Instead, once you're in the air, you get straight into the action. How do the missions work? We've divided everything into theatres of operation: Europe, the Middle East, Alaska, Central America, and so on. And each one is built up a number of missions that you have to take in a set order. So they build up and tell a complete story. In the European scenario, for instance, you have to help a Russian scientist who's trying to defect by road by shooting down anything that threatens him, and then bombing all over the map to destroy separate ground targets as diversions and so on. Most missions, there are 60 in all, are against ground targets protected by SAM installations. But things get harder when you come up against enemy helicopters. The Hokum models are particularly tough. They may carry less weapons, but they're faster and more manoeuvrable than your craft. The longest mission should take 6 to 10 minutes. So there's little chance you'll get bored. In this respect, we've taken our cue from Wing Commander, which got the mission lengths more or less right. Certainly, the way you've presented things, it's very reminiscent of that. Yes, that was our benchmark. In Wing Commander and similar games, the intro and between mission sequence are like a film. You've got a character called Jack, who's your boss and gives you your briefings, tells you how you're doing and so on. Partially, all this is for the American market, where they got the patience to sit through it all. But since we've been able to combine the briefing room scenes with digitized pics and 3D sequences, some English people may enjoy it too. How worried are you about the speed? That seems to be the first thing everyone asks about flight sims. Well, it's really how smooth it runs that counts, not how fast it goes. Anyone just about can come up with a 3D system. It's how good the game actually feels in play that matters. Things that help with that include the care we've taken not to fall into the horizon pyramid dot trap, which hampers the look of many 3D games. We've taken the effort to make sure all the roads, rivers and so on curve naturally, rather than be made up of straight lines, which helps the feel a lot. We also have daytime, night, dusk and dawn effects which we use. In something like the European scenario, where there's a very fast turnaround between missions, it helps with the illusion of reality by making it look like everything's happened in one day. With a game like this, which sets out to be fun rather than spotlessly accurate, I guess having an intuitive player interface is all important. Everything's mouse controlled apart from external views and radar jammers. You don't have to touch the keyboard at all. The idea is, as you say, to make everything as easy to use as possible. One brief glance at the manual and you'll be off. The whole idea behind this project is to take the hard work, pain and boredom factor out of flight sims and make them appeal to everybody really. AH-73 Thunderhawk will be released at the end of August. And yeah, real classic. I enjoyed that game. Preferred the sequel though that came out on the Mega CD. Then finally is Simon Phipps is interviewed, and this is for a game that never got released sadly, called Retro. But let's hear about this. A high-tech, metallic-looking future sports game. This one positively begs comparison with Bitmap's Speedball 2. In fact, though, the look may be similar, but the game's anything but. The most immediate and important difference being that it features a first-person perspective, as if you're actually one of the players flying around the multi-level 3D pitch. It's a brave way to do it, but something that's notoriously difficult to pull off. See last month's review of the similarly designed Italian game I Play 3D Soccer for evidence. As graphic artist and games co-creator, Simon Phipps admits. Where did the idea come from then, Simon? It came from programmer Steve Northcott. He's the bloke who wrote Driller, who came along with a 3D system and whole future sports idea. Unusually for us, this is one where the programmer works totally from home. I guess you could say that the game itself is sort of a hybrid of soccer, American football and high-tech weaponry. The players themselves wear body armor and jetpacks, supposedly based on the futuristic space mining gear, and are armed with various weapon systems. Each team is made up of 6 people, with the idea is, would you believe, to get the ball and put it into the opposition's goal. We'll have it so you can switch between team members while in play. I think though, to be honest, the mechanics of how the game will actually play haven't been worked out yet. In terms of the actual look of the game, it seems to be more or less finished. Well, yes, I've gone just about as far as I can go for the moment. I think the players need to be modified a bit still. It's not too clear which team they're on from a distance, but I've got lots of nicer details, like the crowd walking in and filling the stands at the start of the match. Then performing a Mexican wave during play sorted out already. Like I say, it's the gameplay that's still rather up in the air. And that's exactly what will make or break the game, really. Yes, indeed. We know a lot of the detail stuff already, like the players will have individual characteristics, for instance. Some will play better than others. Some will be more likely to start fighting with opponents rather than concentrate on the game and so on. Have it so you can play the game in 2 ways. Either by paying attention to your players and their abilities and all the management side, or just by picking it up and getting on with it. It'll be up to you. There will be bonus targets throughout the play area, as well as the huge stabs that count at the main goals. And the pitch will have various levels and floating platforms and the like, to complicate things further. What we don't know is how it will all come together in play. Rest assured though, we're not going to release it until it's really top-notch stuff. It won't be the case of nice graphics, where's the game? And of course this game never actually made it to the fruition, and I can see why. Very ambitious, but yeah, very difficult to get the gameplay right. Then we come to more adverts, more about the sync press, the action replay. And then we come to the game reviews. I love this section where they talk about the lesser known games getting reviewed. First of all is Dynamics by Sierra and is A10 Tank Killer. It's done by Joseph Wingard and Damien Sly and costs £35.76. The review by Mark Ramshaw says, "Mummy, will I be a microprose flight sim when I grow up? No, son, I'm afraid you'll only ever be an A10 Tank Killer game." Unfortunately for Dynamics, we only got round to reviewing this latest flight simulator thing after playing F-15 Strike Eagle 2, and it certainly suffered quite a lot in comparison. It might sound harsh, but not only does this fail to push the boundaries of flight sims forward, it actually knocks them back a bit. Let me explain. That time and effort has been put into it is all too evident, but they've made the classic flight sim mistake. Yes, once again, they only seem to have realised far too late in the day that the amount of depth they've tried to cram in is totally ruining the gameplay. I know I seem to be eternally banging on about flight sims being too slow, but having played games such as FA18, F29, F19 and F15 too, I've been treated to sims which are technically accurate as I need anyway, and fast and fun to play. It's a shame that the same can't be said of this one, because the presentation is immaculate and the missions can be great fun. Knocking out various bridges, convoys and, of course, tanks is an excellent way to relieve aggression. A10's trump card, though, is the fact, maybe even more effectively than F-15 Strike Eagle 2, it manages to create the impression of a real world. Messengers are constantly coming through on the radio, informing you of countless movements within the war zone, and you even get a co-pilot giving you help. The whole thing feels alive with action and movement. Of course, no modern flight sim would be complete without lots of external camera views and the like, and A10 has enough of them to keep graphic freaks happy. If only they put a turbo on the 3D graphics routines, which apparently is what the PC version feels like. I'll be giving it a mark somewhere in the 80s. but they didn't, so I won't. That's Mark Ramshaw. And his bottom line is yet another addition to the ever-expanding flight sim stable. Unfortunately, the plethora of available sims mean that a new one has to be top-notch to stand out. This doesn't quite make it, and it's 1 meg only, and he only gave it 68%, and they're absolutely right. I mean, this is really quite good on the PC, but too slow. The Amiga couldn't cope. Next, they review Logical, published by Rainbow Arts and authors by Volker Elosa and Ilikan Akbiyik on graphics and Rudolf Stember. It's only £19.99 and is out now. 10 things the world needs now: peace in the Gulf, flood relief in Bangladesh, sensible political cooperation in Northern Ireland, free strawberry milkshakes on the national health, another abstract puzzle game on the Amiga, humanitarian aid for... Hang on a minute, one of those doesn't sound quite right. Which could it be? We've got Clax, we've got Tetris, we've got Gemex, we've got Puzznic, we've got plotting. Is there simply room for one more abstract puzzle game? I guess that depends how good it is. Most people would probably agree that the premier requirement for a good puzzle game is addictiveness. All the above games have it in buckets, but the bottom line is that it's missing from Logical. And that's really the end of the story. The game has a solid puzzle game construction. The idea is to shunt marbles about, fill up the wheels that you can see on the screen with marbles on the same colour. But Rainbow Arts say that they expect even an average player to get about 20 levels into it on their first go, with a level taking upwards of 5 minutes of pretty slow and repetitive actions at that. We're not looking at a high frustration or compulsion level, with the result that you're likely to play it once, think, oh well, that was quite nice, and dump it in the back of your software shelf, never to see light of day again. It's a shame because Logical is very attractively done and has loads of potential for mind bending. But even with level codes for easy access to the hard levels, you're pretty unlikely to ever want to play it twice. By the time you get to a challenging level, you've been playing it so long that you'll be heartily sick of it all. Some pointless extra features and ridiculous one-colour levels in particular don't help matters any. Even at £5 below the norm, this is just too second division to be worth considering. That was reviewed by Stuart Campbell, and he says, the bottom line, graphically lovely and intriguing game spoiled by fundamental design flaws and excessive easiness. The quality of the opposition doesn't help either. Another could have been. 59% he gives it. Then we look at the Universal Military Simulation 2 with the tagline, it's the war game to end all war games, but is it friendly enough to win any new converts? It's published by Rainbird at Microprose and priced at £34.99, with the author being Intergalactic Development Incorporated. Looking at the games that come into Amiga Power, every batch of new releases seems to contain another new war game. However, the only real difference between most of them is the scenario and the starting conditions. Surely if someone somewhere made a game where all the relevant variables were changeable and there was the ability to add on scenario disks and create your own conflicts, they'd have the game to end all war games, which is exactly what Rainbirds have tried to do with UMS2 Nations at War. It's ambitious, all right. But how well does it work? Well, it's certainly the most comprehensive and complex battle simulator around on any computer, and spread over 4 discs, it's a biggie. In fact, the game is only on a single disc, with each of the 3 scenarios on one each. Alexander the Great, Napoleon, and Operation Overlord, better known as the D-Day landings. UMS2 is unbelievably complex, and here lies its claim to being as much a battle simulator as a war game. In addition to the usual modifiers of experience, leadership, qualities, and morale, the players can also set numerous other options that also have their own subtle effects on the situation. Take attrition, for example. Altering the attrition rates for troops, the rate at which they're worn down by the pressures of battle, alters their morale and leadership levels, which in turn has a further effect on their attrition rate. Even experienced wargamers will find the options offered by UMS2 bewildering. Troops don't just attack or defend, they can also screen, hold, or assault. A units can patrol, escort, bomb, attack, and intercept, while C units evade, attack, avoid, or launch offshore salvos, and so it goes on. Once you've mastered the rudiments of straightforward battle, you can take a step back from the world of moving units and armies to manipulate the political situations in the countries which you hold. You can set the tax rates, morale of the citizenry, speed and effectiveness of production, and so on. Sounds good so far. Well, with any game of this size, you might expect a few flaws. UMS is a little slow and the graphics range from utilitarian to downright ugly. I don't care if this is how war games have done it before. There's no excuse for bad graphics anymore. But the game's fatal weakness is not the program at all, but the manual. If you think that a game of this complexity needs a detailed and exacting manual, you'd be right. If you thought that such a thing would be included with a game of this quality, sadly, you'll be wrong. The manual provided is a chunky, perfectly bound book, very smart, glossy, and a good read. It contains an excellent reference guide to the commands and terms used, and solidly packed with tertiary information, even right down to the elective principle and ethos of early Macedonian society. But despite the apparently comprehensive approach, the essential third of the manual, an introductory tutorial section, is noticeable by its omission. Picture the scene. You rip open the box and insert your game into your Amiga. After the clever little animated title sequence, you're presented with a message telling you to back up a menu bar. And that's it. So you choose a scenario, say Alexander's campaign, load up the disc, and suddenly there's a map of the Eastern Mediterranean, and you've just been dropped into the middle of the biggest and bloodiest war the ancient world has ever seen. There's no tutorial, no handy online help system, nothing. If you have a reasonable amount of experience with this kind of thing, you're going to be soundly thrashed. If you have a reasonable amount of experience with this kind of game, you are going to be roundly thrashed for the first few games until you get the hang of what's going on. There's many specialist interest areas for the Amiga games that are now making the crossover into the mainstream. Flight sims are the prime example. UMS2 is the most complete battle simulation of its kind and could have been the program to give war games the same wider appeal. In the end, however, UMS2 falls into the trap of most war games, in that it appears to have been written for the exclusive club of gamers who are already obsessed with the subject. The novice player, with very little aid from the ultimately interesting but immediately useless manual. More scenarios and planet editors is already planned for release, and UMS2 looks set to become the biggest thing since the original UMS. Some people will love it, but it will probably never reach much greater audience it could have done because of its nasty knack of throwing players headlong into full-scale wars. A problem only compounded by the impenetrable manual. This being the case, my overall opinion reflects the views of a seasoned war gamer. And that's Paul Lyons, and he says the bottom line: comprehensive and capable battle simulation game, spoiled by a horribly unfriendly player interface and tendency to throw you right in the deep end. And it's 1 meg only. Then we have Cougar Force, done by Tomahawk, and is £19.99 by Joseph Plumans. It's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. And he says, if I was to start this review by telling you this game was overpriced by at least £30, you would think I'm being overly negative. If not, then just take my word for it and talk of it no more. If, however, you want some reasons, here are the 10 to be going on with. 1. The animation is the worst I've ever seen on a full-price Amiga game. Yes, even worse than Quest for Glory 2. Your hero, he certainly is mine, wibbles around as if he was on elastic, his head perpetually bobbing like a nodding dog in the back of a particularly shaky larder. Number 2, enemies appear at random and disappear if you walk off the screen and then back on again. The colour scheme's in garish and sickly. The action is appallingly slow. And then number 5, fighting with all the baddies is laughably imprecise. It's a case of wiggle the joystick at random and hope for the best. And number 6, the game design is incredibly lazy. He says many of the dangers are random and some of them, like the grenades thrown in on your position, are unavoidable. Invisible walls make an unwelcome appearance and the screen layout is illogical too. You can walk right for 30 screens, then walk left for one screen and be back where you started. The instructions are useless. I still haven't managed to work out how to fire the gun you find on level 1. Number 8, the screen flicks rather than scroll, but unbelievably there's still a major pause every time you move from one to another. Was this game written in BASIC or what? Number 9, the on-screen text messages are badly translated, unfunny, smug, and generally abusive. Number 10, Section 2 is almost totally unfathomable. It's the sort of flight sim thing. Its 3D is useless, but as a game, it's downright useless. Convinced yet? If you're not, I can only imagine that you're either the best friend or grandmother of whoever had the nerve to put this lump of unforgivably hideous rot on the market. The only point I can think of in Cougar Force's favour is that the hero does mildly amusing things if you were to leave the controls alone a while. This is good because if you buy this game, you're going to want to leave the controls alone for a very long time indeed. Stuart Campbell, and he says, the bottom line, every month I think I've seen the worst full price game ever, and every month I'm wrong. This is too crap for words, but luckily not too crap for a number, and that number is 18%. Then we come up to Wreckers. This is the tagline, interesting game design, but why spoil it with pointless cock-ups? It's done by Audiogenic and is £24.99. The authors are Denton Designs, those of course, The Great Escape, etc. And Warren Can doing the music. And they say, programming team Denton Designs are one of the longest-lived crews currently working in the industry. They rose from ashes of Imagine, one of the first major software houses, and have a string of acclaimed 8-bit hits behind them. Gift from the Gods, Shadowfire, The Great Escape, and Enigma Force, as well as Where Time Stood Still, which marked their first foray into the world of 16-bit, because they did the ST version, you see. That game was followed by the rather obscure Eco for Ocean and Millennium's Eye of Horus. But since then, Denton have lain rather low. Their return to public eye is marked by Wreckers, an isometric 3D scrolling arcade adventure run-around type of thing, set in a space station under attack from horrible green slimy monsters. An obvious relation to the similarly designed biggest hits like The Great Escape. It's nice to see that some things never change. Denton have called in the experts for help with this game. Warren Can from Ultravox provides music and sound effects, are in the hands of the well-known David Whittaker. It's a shame they didn't call on someone to do the animation while they were about it, as the characters move in that great slide-o-mation TM style that I thought we'd all seen the back of years ago. Legs animated but not bearing any relation to the character's actual movement. To be fair though, the graphics are otherwise good, with the glass-walled space station nicely rendered and smoothly scrolling. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. The idea of the game is to repel an attack on your space station by acid-secreting green meanies. You do this by hoovering them up in a strange vacuum cleaner attachment as they approach the station, by floating around in space suit and zapping them as they eat through the walls, or by shooting them from the inside as they roam about the place and multiply. You have 3 officers to do the job with, and you can enlist the help of up to 10 programmable droids. You also have to keep all the essential systems of the station running. If the aliens destroy any of those, the station will self-destruct, and you'll be done for. Plenty of stuff to do then, but how much fun will you have doing it? Not all that much. if my experience is anything to go by. Wreckers is a slick and stylish game dragged into the mire of mediocrity by a whole slew of design flaws. Firstly, the diagonal controls are unnatural, uncomfortable, and awkward on the joystick. And then the firefights with the bad guys. You'll spend half the time running completely the wrong direction. Secondly, the game is badly balanced. Nothing for very much happens for ages, and then you're suddenly overwhelmed by dozens of green slimies in 10 seconds flat. Thirdly, it's been all over complicated by the addition of lots of unnecessary extra bits which detract from the game's sense of focus. The droid's programming, for example, is largely pointless and unexciting, and requires you to put in lots of effort for results that you don't actually get to see and are therefore intangible. Fourthly, there are several stupid and illogical game rules, the most aggravating of which is when you go outside the station to zap some baddies through the same airlock you left from. It's incredibly annoying to be flying around and see a huge gang of space creeps inside the station before you can get back in to go and blast them. There isn't really any sensible reason for this, and it smacks of bad programming, not to mention a lack of playtesting. It's not all bad news for Wreckers though. It does have a lot of atmosphere and a fair smattering of indisputable positive features. I particularly like the way your officers are turning into strange zombie-like jelly monsters when they die, which then becomes particularly evil enemies. For instance, the action is fast and zappy throughout, and essentially there's a really good game in here if it wasn't buried beneath such pointless mound of cock-ups. That's done by Stuart Campbell. He gave it 64%, and he says, the bottom line, potentially great game drowned under a massive weight of totally unnecessary nitpicky details. Not bad, but nowhere near as good as it could have been. Okay, and the final one on this page is Super Squeak. This is published by Loricel and is also £19.99, with the author being Laurent Adretti and Stephen Ducasse, and sound being Oliver Delarue. The aptly named Super Squeak is actually the follow-up to Squeak, a game which I personally thought was pretty good, though not many other people seem to agree with me. In fact, I thought it could do a bit of a survey by everyone going around the office and asking everyone a series of questions to see what they thought, and at the end drawing up a pie chart or something, but I didn't. But anyway, that's what you want to know, is what's the game about. Well, no problem. Here it goes. You take the control of what appears to be a clump of yellow cotton wool on legs, Squeak, who has to walk up and down rather a lot vertically scrolling levels built up out of tiles. Each tile changes from blue to pink when walked over. So the idea is to, as the saying goes, paint the town red. Except here you have to paint the level pink. It all sounds fairly simple. In fact, simple enough to be rather limiting. But luckily, there's a lot more to do in the form of a maze. For a start, with the walls to get in your way and holes to fall through and die in, they don't just all sit there either. Some disintegrate, some cause you to slip, some are higher up than others, and some conceal secret passageways. And then there are the baddies, which Pac-Man style prove deadly to the touch. And finally, warranting a new paragraph, I believe there are bonuses. We're talking oodles of them too, at least 50 according to the instructions, and many of them usable at the same time. Most of them take the form of extra firepower and changes in the way you paint things, but there are loads of other interesting ones too, including one which allows you to freeze all the baddies, sending you straight on to the next map, and another that provides a map. These bonuses can either be picked up after they appear or be purchased with cash, which appears after you've killed a baddie from a special shop section which appears at certain tiles. In concluding sort of way, I'd say that this is a really rather an original, wacky, cute, addictive, enjoyable, etc., but every so slight, repetitive sort of game. There are 225 levels which you can play either in order or sort of randomly, including bonus levels and some sections where you have to kill monsters or rescue squeakettes instead of simply paint. So there's more than enough to keep you going. And there's even a construction kit that allows you to design your own levels if you get bored. In fact, neat touches abound in this colourful, manic and ever so slightly French, i.e. odd, cutesy arcade puzzler, inspiring me to leap in the air and shout, "Hooray!" That's done by Rich Pelly. And his bottom line is, a cute, addictive and well-presented little number, providing a neat balance between puzzles and arcade qualities. I like it. Right, let's go on to the next one, and it's European Super League. This is published by CDS and priced at £24.99. The authors are Matrix Developments and is released now. Try taking a black biro and neatly adding the word manager to the title above, and you've probably sussed out what this one's all about already. Things, though, have come a long way since the original 8-bit football manager game called, curiously enough, Football Manager. There's a 12-page manual with very small print lurking in the depth of the box for a start, so you can see that there's a lot more to this game than one might first expect. Nevertheless, not much has changed in the gameplay department. It's the usual case of picking a team to manage and then managing them to your heart's content, or, much more likely, until you get fired. The game is played mainly from behind your desk, where your decisions are made by selection, over the phone, and via your intercom by talking to other managers, the press, your team, and your secretary. If you remember, it's a good idea to keep regularly checking your diary to see what's on your agenda. The remainder of the game consists of a board meeting once a week, which more or less informs you of how you're doing. Training sessions where you fix the training of your individual players as you see fit. And then, of course, the match where you pick the team. Then decide on one of the 16 different game tactics to try and win with. Believe it or not, for the sake of this review, you understand, I have actually played the game in some depth, and so can certainly vouch that it all feels very realistic. Making a wrong decision somewhere really seems to alter events, as does upsetting the other characters, which you can do in such simple ways as going home every day without doing any actual work, for instance. The game seems generally up to 1991 Amiga standards, complex and illustrated by some lovely graphics. Well, lovely for this sort of game anyway. But the fact remains that for many, I'd say most people, this just isn't the sort of thing that's likely to light their fire. That was reviewed by Rich Pelly. His bottom line is an up-to-date version of a rather old footy management type game. It's dubious that there's enough here to keep things burning long enough to justify 25 quid. Rather you than me. And he gave it 63%. Then there's Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Their tagline is, the most bodacious computer license ever reaches the Amiga, but bodacious it isn't. And this is published by Accolade, and authors are Scott R. Latienne and Off the Wall Design, with C.S. Wayne on graphics and Douglas McCall on sound. And the price was £24.99. Okay, first things first. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is based upon the minor cult film of the same name. If you aren't familiar with it, then A, you're too old, B, you are too boring, and C, you're probably too intelligent to be reading this. Luckily, I don't fit into any of those categories, and have been a long-time fan of Bill and Ted. Not least because of the enormous number of links it rejoices in the world of rock music, which are far too convoluted to go into here. The basic premise of the film, and indeed the game, is that Bill and Ted are two LA Valley dudes who have formed a band called Wild Stallions, with a view to recruiting Edward Van Halen, but they've run into problems at school. Unless they get an A+ for their history test, they'll be kicked out. Enter Rufus, a totally cool time-travelling dude. Yes, this review is going to be brimming with corny LA speak. Rufus informs them that the music of Wild Stallions actually forms the basis for future civilization, and passing the history test is a pivotal point for our heroes. Thus, they are given possession of a time-travelling phone booth. Or what did you expect? A police box? A directory of time zones to dial up, and a mission to find lots of dudes from various points in history, bring them back to school and use them in a seminar to pass the exam. Simple, huh? But what of the game itself? Ah, yes, it basically involves moving Bill and Ted around various time zones and trying to locate famous dudes. From Joan of Arc to Genghis Khan, objects are littered around the place which, when given to various characters, will cause them to follow you. It's not giving too much away to tell you that giving a fire extinguisher to the lightly toasted Joan of Arc will convince her to join you, for instance. Then it's simply a matter of popping one or two of them into the phone booth, dropping them off at the local shopping mall back in the present day, and going off to search for some more dudes. Some situations aren't quite so straightforward and involve weird sub-games, including a 2D maze come cat and mouse affair, and even a very simplified Donkey Kong variant. Bill and Ted is nothing if not bizarre dudes. Now that we've got the complicated waffly stuff out of the way, it's time for some bodacious analysis. After playing the game for 15 minutes, something strange happened. I finished it. I decided this was either down to my own excellence or something to do with playing the game at the lowest difficulty setting. However, after trying the harder levels, I can safely say it's not exactly the most difficult game in the world, and quite frankly, not the best either. I've rarely seen a game design as simple as this one, and it doesn't help the program in any longevity stakes. If anybody out there remembers the original Back to the Future game, they'll have the basic idea of what to expect. Though Bill and Ted isn't nearly as bad. Despite the sample sound and cool references to the film, the whole thing feels quite tacky. Having said that, I actually quite enjoyed it. Sorry and everything, and I'm perfectly willing to admit that it's probably down to my love of the film. But it is fun. It's also undeniably very, very average. And sadly, that's something a Bill and Ted game should never be. Excellent, yes. Bodacious, most surely. But never average. And that was reviewed by Mark Ramshaw. And he says, the bottom line, the whole thing is just too undemanding and unspectacular to merit the asking price. It would be ideal for the younger players, but older dudes really needn't bother. It just isn't excellent enough to really cut it. And he gave it 58%. Then we come up to Monopoly by Mastertronic, authors by Leisure Genius, and the price is £19.99. So this is like Virgin Mastertronic. And the review is done by Jonathan Davies, and he says, where could you buy a house in Oxford Street for £200? Monopoly, of course. Traditionally, this would be achieved by displaying your Oxford Street card to the banker, handing over a couple of pink ones and getting a small green piece of plastic in return. But the advance of technology means that having purchased a copy of the Amiga version, the transaction is accomplished by picking up buy houses from the build menu, moving your cursor to Oxford Street and waiting for £200 to be deducted from your account. Apart from subtleties like that, this is more or less the exact replica of the board game, and its appeal will depend entirely upon your opinion of the original. To recap, Monopoly is the sort of property game where loads of players sit round a board, throwing dice, buying squares and building houses and hotels on them. There's a fair amount of skill involved, but success in the long run is governed mainly by chance. You just have to hope you land on squares worth buying, and having blown all your hard-earned streetful hotels, everyone else lands on them before you go broke. And that's what I hate about it. Quite frankly, it seems an enormous waste of effort to spend hours planning strategies when the success or failure is likely to be dictated by a single roll of a couple of dice. No one seems to agree though, so I'm probably just being my usual nihilistic self. The logic of converting such a game to a computer is another matter. I can't really see 6 players gathering round the Amiga after dinner, so the only advantage of it seems to be the ability of computer-controlled opponents to practice against, and even that seems a bit silly. It's a perfectly good conversion, but it's a bit of a pointless one. And that's Jonathan Davies. And he says, on the bottom line, he says, a sound enough conversion, but the board game is a whole lot more accessible and cheaper. Okay, the next review is Lupo Alberto, and it's published by The Idea, the software business, at £25.53. Its authors is Mario Bianchi, Eugenio Cicerci and Steed Kulka. Luca Stradiotto on graphics, and Alex Ravelli and Gianluca Rotondo on music. And the tagline is, an everyday tale of bad translation, sex, farm animals, and, well, we better stop there. The review is, it's very easy to laugh at other people's mistakes, especially when the consequence of translating a foreign language into English. So I will. Ha ha ha. Lupo Alberto is the latest export from Italy. He's a cartoon character, a wolf in fact, who in the eyes of the manual is friendly, sharp, and at the same time shy. Gifted with artistic sensitivity, he pays attention to the quality of life and to social and environmental problems, but without giving up his enjoyment of life. The quality of Lupo's life to which he pays attention is a hen called Marta. She wants to be alone with Lupo so he can put his gift of artistic sensitivity into action. But the course of true love never runs smooth, even for an anthropomorphic wildlife. There is a social and environmental problem to be addressed, like finding somewhere with some privacy so the two chums can get even friendlier. Lupo is a shy guy, after all. The manual goes on. His success is due to the fact that he's always cheerful, a fine example of an approach to life that overcomes any obstacle, even the most difficult. This is true. The wide-eyed and bushy-tailed Lupo has a permanent grin on his face. But then wouldn't you, with what he's got coming to him? He obviously hasn't realised that he's only 2 frames of animation to his credit. Come to think of it, everyone in the world of Lupo Alberto only has 2 frames of animation, so he has no real reason to feel insecure. It's not a problem though. This animation drought in fact makes everything look as though it's dancing to the happy and jolly sound of the marvellous music, which on the later stages has a distinctly Benny Hill feel to it. Lupo's mission turns out to be a sort of cut-down Super Mario Brothers of sorts. A scrolling platform-based landscape is patrolled by creatures with differing intelligence and movement patterns, the death of some resulting in the appearance of special features for Lupo to catch. Lupo is a little sluggish to control, it must be said, but he's very manoeuvrable, being capable of jumping at different heights and moving in the air. It may sound trivial, but this is something which many platform pranks fail to deliver. It certainly helps when it comes to jumping on the adversaries in order to kill them. Before the feminists get on their high horses, let me point out the roles are reversible. If the mood takes you, you can play with Marta instead, who has slightly different running and jumping characteristics to Lupo. Better still, you can grab a friend for some 2-player action. Beware misses. Yes, the 2 animal lovers can go in search of peace together, simultaneously on screen as it happens. And what a hoot it is. The going gets hilarious whether Lupo and Marta help each other negotiate the obstacles or not, especially as the scrolling can't keep up and one character progresses faster than the other. There's more to this scenario than meets the eye, however. Printed in the back of the manual are 10 3-frame comic strips, each gaining plenty in translation, but with the final frame missing. The only way to discover the outcome is to complete a level and see it on screen, an incentive if ever there was one. Lupo Alberto made me laugh and laugh, and when I'd stopped laughing, I laughed some more. I'm still laughing now, in fact. See? That's not to say that Lupo's not without room for improvement. Its addictive nature makes the lengthy disk accessing to load the level all the more annoying. Some secret rooms and some other forms of hidden bonuses would have iced the cake too. In stark contrast to all the deadly serious simulations currently doing the rounds on the Amiga, Lupo Alberto is fun and funny. Now there are 2 sound reasons to buy it. That was reviewed by Gary Penn, and he says on the bottom line, uncomplicated platform action which would suit the younger player if it wasn't quite so awkward in places, and he gives it 78%. Sorry, then we get some tickets all about the 4th International 16-bit Computer Show at the Novotel Hotel, Hammersmith, London, W6, on the 12th, 13th and 14th of July. I would love to have gone to some of these. And when you look at some of the companies that would be there, it just would have been so exciting. But, you know, growing up in the countryside, it just never was possible for me to even contemplate at this age to go to these sort of shows. Then we get another review all about public domain and stuff like that. But let's skip that. We've seen that one before. So let's go on to the next review. And the first one is an electronic zoo game called Germ Crazy. This is £25.99 by Electronic Zoo, and as the authors are Open Mind. It says, you've doubtless played SimCity and ever so possibly Sim Earth too, if not on an Amiga. So now why not have a crack at Sim Body, or Germ Crazy as it's actually called. It's kind of a body simulator, hence the crap intro, in which you've got to ensure the smooth running of your patient by fighting off baddies or germs that attack him, a bit like the board game Operation. My turn to operate, only the funny bone doesn't keep disappearing between the various pieces of cardboard, and you certainly have your work cut out for you with the 4 limbs and several major organs to keep a tab on, and the threat of viral infection from all quarters. Rather more pressing, though, is the phenomenal number of icons and submenus you have to wade through in order to get anything to happen. They're jolly confusing indeed. There's a different icon for just about everything, and none of them are the least bit intuitive, which is the main reason for the slightly middling mark down there. Go on, have a peek. Returning to the plot side of things, how about a rundown of what you've got to do? Right, the body is split into several sections, each of which is vulnerable to attack. In order to stave off infection, you've got a range of agents available which range from antibodies to microscopic tanks and laser guns. These can be assembled into armies and marched around the body via the bloodstream to where they're needed most, which is where the strategy and planning enter the arena. You probably can afford to lose the odd arm here and there, but if a major organ goes down, you're in trouble. One thing to consider are eating and sleeping, drugs and hospital treatment. So what we've got is an original and probably quite challenging strategy game that is suffocating under the vast amount of guff that's been heaped onto it. The impossibly steep learning curve, and you've really got to learn the whole manual off by heart before you can begin to even think about a tentative first game, is largely the result of all those unfathomable icons, most of which would be best be trimmed away in order of a few drop-down menus or something. I suspect that what lurks underneath is actually quite simple and probably quite easy to play if you're the game designer, but for the rest of us it's a nightmare, and you're unlikely to have the patience to really persevere. Is an interesting idea which seems to have got a bit out of hand somewhere along the line. And that was reviewed by Jonathan Davies, and he says, bottom line, it all sounds like fun on paper, but the way it's been put together is far from satisfactory. A shame, really. And he only gives it 57%. Right, then we get Prehistoric. Oh, I love this game. You've played the demo on our cover disc is the tagline. Now read the review. It's published by Titus and priced at £25.53. It's done by Carlo Perconti and Jean-Christophe and Alessandri on graphics, and it's released now. It's a bit odd to find myself reviewing this just now because there's a demo on this month's cover mounted disc allowing you to see it and decide just how good it is or isn't on your own. Still, it's my opinion you want here, so it's my opinion you shall have. And actually, I think it's rather good. Not as good as the excellent and similarly themed Toki or Chuck Rock, admittedly, but a fun and likeable platform romp nonetheless. So what's it all about? Well, you play Prehistoric, a very hungry caveman This isn't any sort of elaborate rescue mission you're on, as it is in the games just mentioned, but simply a quest for food. If ever you've wondered how the dinosaurs died out, it's not because of the Ice Age or a meteorite fall or anything fancy like that, but simply because prehistoric ate them all. You see, he's only allowed off the level if he manages to club unconscious and then walk over and so nosh 99% of all the dinos / grizzly bears / unnameable prehistoric thingies he comes across. I think the game is a bit too strict with this. It would have been better if you're allowed to ignore some of the creatures if you wanted and still get off the level, but it's not too big a fault. As it stands though, it can get annoying and repetitive, especially when you find you've got to trek all the way back somewhere near the start of the level, if the landscape lets you, that is, to trough a few last monsters to fill you up. Levels are your standard platform and ladders sort of thing. In fact, the whole thing has something of a feel of a Super Mario game, though without the depth or finely tuned gameplay. The characters are undeniably cute. The little bears still wag their tails when unconscious, for instance, and the standard world designs, an ice world with penguins and so on, and a jungle one with monkeys and the like, are well done. And usually between the proper levels comes a sort of boxing match affair. Quite what the explanation for this is, I don't know. Where prehistoric has to take on some giant dino, caveman or whatever, while battling a never-ending procession of smaller versions off the screen. Reasonably cute and fun, but slight and likely to become a bit of a pain after a while, you could say. Other faults? Well, the game only scrolls on a screen when you get right to the edge of it, which seems unnecessarily, apparently a hangover from the original version being done on STOS, and the wait while it reloads the levels, and so can be a bit of a pain. You could also argue that the whole thing gets a bit samey after a while too. More hectic platform leaping action and less of the rather repetitive bonking dinosaurs on the head and then tucking in stuff would have been nice. But basically it's a pretty appealing and actually rather lovable little romp, which only suffers a bit because its two most obvious rivals are so good, not because of any real faults in the game itself. And that's reviewed by Matt Bilby. His bottom line is likeable caveman platformer with plenty of nice bits to it, but little that really stuns. Good, but by Toki and of course Chuck Rock first. And he gives it 73%. Next we have Arnhem. This is published by CCS and author R.T. Smith and was priced at £19.95. And it says, if you thought adventure games were the unacceptable face of computer entertainment, you've obviously never played a war game. Instead of reading pages of text and typing things in, war gamers while away the hours moving little flashing squares troops around, keeping an eye on the stamina points and planning strategies. However, just like adventure games, war games are a lot more involved than they look, and once you're hooked, you'll stay hooked. So the chances of that happening are pretty slim, believe me. This one is a conversion of an old Spectrum game that was generally thought of as one of the best of its type. It's a recreation of Operation Market Garden, an Allied paratroop landing in Nazi-occupied Holland, which failed in reality, but which you might be able to pull off in the comfort of your own bedroom. In the past, I've tried to be patient with war games. After all, they've got a dedicated following, and if you're prepared to make allowances for the flashing squares and movement phases, they can be quite absorbing. But on loading Arnhem, I'm afraid I jumped the tracks. Little has been done to exploit the Amiga's potential. The map is a bit more colourful than the original, and there's a couple of sampled sound effects if you listen hard enough. But that's it. Even the instructions consist of the original 1985 Spectrum edition, with the inserted little bit. It's just not on, really. While this sort of thing might just about be got away with on 8-bits, if only for flying in the face of convention. On the Amiga, it looks hopelessly crap. And even the most bearded of wargamers is likely to be left wondering whether he'd have been better off sticking with his ZX81. That's reviewed by Jonathan Davies, and he says in the bottom line, a sad relic from the past era, it's just too impenetrably primitive to stand a chance. Even wargamers will be disappointed by this. And he gives it 37%. Then we have Search for the King, and the tagline says, once they've completed Lucasfilm's Monkey Island, adventurers can check into Les Manley's Heartbreak Hotel. And this is Les Manley in Search for the King, published by Accolade, and authors Robert Calfee and Steve Cartwright on design, and is priced at £34.99. How's this for a weird game? Les Manley in Search for the King is about some dork whose idea of a good time is to hang around electrical stores and whose favourite food is listed as microwave. For reasons which I haven't the time or space to go into, he sets himself a mission, one which will take him to the most rocking parts of the USA, introducing him to interesting people and, more importantly, cute chicks. His mission: to find the king. Bizarre is not the word, but it's close enough. For a game that is so obviously about the king, you know, the hamburger eating, pelvis gyrating, Viva Las Vegasing rock and roller, is rather old to see a disclaimer informing the world that any similarity to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental, accidental, or unintended. Neat, though not quite true. But anyway, on to the game proper. First up, as is the norm with American stuff, we have the lengthy intro sequence. Something which consolidates the feel of quality with this product. It's good to see an American game which isn't a direct port from some poor PC version. All too often the accompanying guff is of excellent quality, but the game itself is shoddily put together. None of that for Les Manley though. There are over 70 backdrops, each looking very polished and individual. The characters also have their own visual identity and are remarkably well animated. The attention to detail even extends to Les getting darker when in shadows and having a reflection in the pools of water. The whole thing has a confidence which so many games, particularly adventures, lack. Okay, I guess the comparisons with the recent Monkey Island are inevitable. Both games require 1 meg, are sprawled over several discs, and both are modern adventures laced with humour. At a glance, both products look very similar indeed. Could this be adventuring renaissance? Well, maybe, but it's when Search for the King is pitted against Lucasfilm's masterpiece that the cracks become evident. The game is caught between two stools with its user interface. The programmers were eager to move with the times and incorporate slick point-and-click control styles, but they were obviously loath to abandon the standard text entry system. This is understandable, but as Lucasfilm's Monkey Island proved, it's a pure mouse-driven system is more effective given the constraints of the current technology. The mouse and text systems just don't seem compatible, and although it's certainly less unwieldy than Sierra's recent efforts, it doesn't do the player any favours. Moving Les around the screen, for instance, takes a mammoth amount of effort when compared to Monkey Island's system where you simply point the character, will make his own way there. Here you've got to point the mouse every little position, navigating Les around furniture and the like, which quickly becomes fairly irritating. Add to that is the fact that most commands don't generate anything like an interesting response, and the whole thing begins to feel very stilted and artificial. And then there's the humour, such an important part of Monkey Island. Here it's a bit, well, lacking, never sufficiently sustained, and whilst the flagrant air of sexism adds edge, whether it's actually poking fun at sexism or using it is open to debate, everything's far too American to really work in the UK. It really wouldn't have been hard to make the jokes a bit more universal in nature. Players of Leisure Suit Larry's latest escapades should have no problem in identifying with Les Manley, or getting around his manly world for that matter. It's just that after the silk of Monkey Island, why settle for polyester or something like that? And that's a review by Mark Ramshaw. His bottom line is semi-successful humour and gorgeous graphics paint an interesting picture of the weird side of America, but there are just too many areas where the player becomes frustrated, not with the adventure itself, but the way in which it is played. Doesn't open up any new avenues for adventuring, and so will remain a minority thing. It never reaches the dizzying heights of Monkey Island, and that's as good a reason as any to penalise it. and he gave it 71%. Okay, then the next review is Stellar 7. This was done by Dynamix and Sierra, and author is Damon Sly, and is £24.99. It says, yes, I remember it well. Stellar 7 was one of those classic American C64 titles released a few years back in the days when wireframe 3D vector graphics seemed like a really neat idea. Now, for some reason known only to them, Dynamix have snapped up the rights to produce a version for the new computer generation. But does Stellar 7 really belong in this decade? Well, that kind of depends on which way you look at it. However, how can you expect people to pay £25 for an ancient Battlezone clone? Cried one person. I can see their point of view. That's right, Mr. Comedian, the first-person perspective one. Plus, I have to admit that after my first go, I was ready to write the whole thing off as a very big software disaster. Despite the claims of ultra-solid 3D graphics like never before, the program seemed unforgivably sluggish and was something that was definitely absent. What it lacked was the adrenaline surge of other Battlezone-influenced blasts. This month's encounter, for one. Then I discovered a neat little slider bar to reduce the level of graphic detail. With trepidation, I knocked it down to halfway. Wow, almost no loss of detail, but a definite improvement in the speed department. It was at this point that I really found myself warming to it. It may have caught me in a good mood, but there's something endearing about Stellar 7's single-mindedness. Hey, it's not often you get a Battlezone clone with power-ups, extra equipment, including a jump facility, and ender-level baddies. I've run out of excuses. I don't know why, I just like it. Having said that, I really wouldn't recommend anybody to put this at the top of their shopping list. Let's just say owning one is nothing to feel embarrassed about. By the way, is there a Battlezone revival on right now, or what? And that's done by Mark Ramshaw. And his bottom line, lacks the action, needs 1 meg, and is a rewrite of a 6-year-old game that was old-fashioned to start with. But what the hell? I like it. Now can we have a Robotron back in fashion, please? Okay, the next review is Eco Phantoms, published by Electronic Zoo, with authors Splinter Vision, priced at £25.99. I wonder how many games begin life as an interesting graphical effect and then slowly evolve into something playable through having controls, weapons, and a plot sellotaped onto them. That's what seems to have happened with Eco Phantoms anyway. At its heart is landscape coming towards you effect. Not a particularly good one, mind, but enough. That's not all though. Various other bits and pieces have been thrown in too, in an attempt to add depth. There's engine screen, which you've got to bring up every so often to add oil to the engines and stop them overheating, and a passenger screen where you look after any prisoners you've rescued. All this takes place in a stony silence, bar the gentle throb of your engines. I'm not probably making it sound very exciting, am I? And it isn't. I'm doing my best, honest. But this really is pretty dire. As I said, literally a landscape coming towards you effect, with a few graphical set pieces tacked on. It takes ages to work out what the blazes is meant to be happening anyway, and when you finally do, you're left with a distinct empty feeling. Unless I'm missing out on something fairly major. I've studied the manual closely, and I don't think I am though. Eco Phantoms is utterly devoid of any form of playability as we know it, and that was reviewed by Jonathan Davies, and his bottom line is pretty graphics, lots of controls and sub-games, but nothing interesting to do. A sorry state of affairs, really. And he gives it 53%. And I find that rather high, actually. This is one of the troubles, is, different reviewers do give marks, because a 53 is supposed to be average. And that clearly that review isn't. I'm surprised he didn't give it 30. Anyway, let's go on to the next one. The next one is Blue Max by Mindscape and authors 360 and is priced at £34.99. The review is done by Mark Ramshaw, and he says, it seems to be flight sims a go-go on the Amiga at the moment. You can't load up a game without bumping into a solid 3D polygons and low-flying aircraft. Blue Max, or Aces of the Great War, Mindscape seem to be unable to decide which title to go for, has obviously been developed with the not-so technical player in mind. Options are the order of the day, with certain sacrifice made in the old realism department. Rooted in the Great War, that's the first one for all you youngsters, it's chock-a-block with biplanes, triplanes, the Allies, the Germans and several shades of green. Reading through the manual and checking out the stills in the back of the box, I really got quite excited about the game. After all, if what they were intending to do, as it appears, is sacrifice a degree of actual simulation realism in favour of some pretty spanky action-packed 3D dogfights, then this looked like the game for me. The simultaneous two-player option seemed like a great idea too, something that could take the game into the realms of greatness. Then I loaded it. Oh boy, this seems to be becoming a recurring nightmare for me, one where everything happens in slow motion. You've guessed it, this is another stodgy flight sim showing little or no concern for the player. Sure, they've sourced the whole thing up with loads of options and you can reduce the level of graphic detail to make things run a bit faster, but it seems that programmers 360 still have a thing or two to learn about fast, smooth 3D graphics. To get the game running at anything like acceptable speed means viewing everything through a tiny window with no plane details visible. For Pete's sake, even the Sinclair Spectrum could do things better than this. I'm disappointed, I really am, and I've been waiting for some time for a successor to FA18 or F29, and this sure isn't it. When will software companies realise the primary objective of any game, be it flight sim or anything else, is to entertain? True flight mechanics are all very well, but they shouldn't be included at the expense of playability. In fact, I challenge anybody to get any real pleasure out of playing this. Why should Amiga owners have to put up with software which hasn't been developed with the pleasure of the buyer in mind? And that was reviewed by Mark Ramshaw. And he says, bottom line, a game which aspires to greatness but falls far short. It could have been a classic, and that's what makes me angry. The best I can say about it, nice sound. And he only gave it 52%. And this is one of the troubles, is because a lot of these games were for the PC market, and they were already starting to be much better at handling 3D than the Amiga. But you've got to remember, the Amiga came out in 1985, so, 40 years ago now, but yeah, even then it was a good 15 years. Right, then we get the next review. And this is Cadaver the Payoff. And the tagline is, the Bitmap's first add-on disc, great for Cadaver fans, of sod all value to the rest of us. And this is reviewed by Matt Bilby. And it's published by Renegade with authors Steve Kelly, Mike Montgomery and Dan Malone on graphics. And it's £16.99 out now. First things first, this isn't a complete game. It's a levels disc, the first one we've reviewed in fact, and the only way you're going to be able to play it is if you have a copy of the real Cadaver to boot up first. Level discs have become fairly popular over the last couple of years, though it's the first time that the Bitmaps have done one. The idea is that you increase interest in a popular game and satisfy the demands of fans for a sequel without going to the time and effort of doing a full-blown follow-up. The downside is that it's only going to be of interest to owners of the original game and the ones who are desperate enough for more of the same at that. So the market is limited. The plus side is that since all you're really doing is changing locations, graphics and a particular in-game task, as well as perhaps fixing a few bits and pieces you may have felt were wrong about the original game, it's really only a couple of weeks' work. This one costs 2/3 of the price of the full Cadaver, but then it's a bit smaller, about 2/3 of the size in fact. So all's fairly fair or something. So is it any good? Well, yes it is. The plot follows on neatly from the first game. Our mercenary hero returns to collect his wages for the first mission, only to find out that his employers have gone missing. What's up? The main characters still look like his limbs aren't properly connected to his body when he walks. A bit of a downer, and overall everything gives the impression of being better than the first game, but not stunningly so. Puzzles are still a mix of arcade style, jumping about arcade adventure style, lever pulling and text adventure style, lateral thinking, But in some ways, the new tasks seem a bit more action-packed than the last, or at least a bit more visually interesting. The monsters you come across are no longer mindless baddies out to just get in your way, but form an integral part of the puzzles, and can even in some cases be won over to your side and used to your advantage. Many of the locations are new now. The disc takes us outside into the street of a village for the first time, for instance, and the distinctly Germanic look of the whole thing, from the names and towns to the whole look and feel of your surroundings, goes up a notch as well as neat references to the particular success of the original game in Germany. So there we have it. Lots of new rooms, 200 or so, 4 new levels, and a very professional looking product. Great news for fans of the first game, unlikely to be of any interest at all to people who didn't like it, and that's it really. Level disc, eh? Don't you just love them? And that was by Matt Bilby. And his bottom line is, nice addition for all the Cadaver fans, of little interest to anyone else, exactly as level discs should be really. And he gives it 81%. Then we come to the budget sections, and they say X full price games at cheap and cheerful prices are fast swamping the budget market. Indeed, Prism's remarkable new range doesn't contain a single new title. Is this what Amiga owners want? Time will tell. So the first budget review is Projectile, published by Electronic Arts, and it was £9.99. A projectile is an object designed to be shot forwards, something like a cannon, shell, bullet or rocket. Replace the I with a Y, however, and you've suddenly got a suitably futuristic yet aggressive computer game type name. What's more, seeing as how Projectile, the game, does indeed feature an object designed to be shot forward, the ball, is an apt one too. There's quite a few other objects in it as well, but they're not designed to be shot forwards. There are the players, 5 on each side. There are the power-ups, which just sort of sit there until someone picks them up. And there's the teams, 3 per match, which are designed to play against each other. And then there's the pitch, which is spread over 5 rooms, each of which has a player from every team in it, and some goals that are just well designed. What you've got to do is knock the ball around and try to score as many goals as possible, something that isn't facilitated by ice skating style controls. And that's about it as far as things can be said about it. It really is that straightforward, and it's very fast and lots of fun, especially if you're playing with a couple of chums. You can have up to 3 players at once. If you're mateless, I think it best to place a question mark over the lasting appeal, but it remains a simple action-packed concept that works. At this price, you should at least consider it. And that's Jonathan Davies. His bottom line is fiercely competitive mix of air hockey and speedball. Far better with friends than on your own though. And he gave it 74%. The next budget game is Starflight. This is done by Electronic Arts and is £9.99. If you had the chance to attend the initial meeting where all programmers and people had to discuss what they were going to put into this game, you wouldn't have had very much to contribute at all, really. You see, they did a pretty good job all on their own. It is a complicated, do I really have to read the manual fantasy space game with far more of a role player than your standard Star Glider or Elite style shoot 'em up, with a few tactical bits bolted on. Here you don't directly fly your ship via the joystick, but instead spend your time setting destinations and watching a small picture of your craft zooming about in the corner of the screen. Not exactly action-packed, and perhaps lacking the variety of an Elite, but that doesn't mean it's easy or dull. You do, after all, have to step into the 47th century shoes of ship's captain, navigator, science engineer, doctor, and communicating person all at the same time. The rest of the game is the usual flying around the universe, trading and killing nature, operated via the mouse or by simple key presses, and it is this straightforwardness in both gameplay and graphics which is the game's high point. Despite the initial over-complexity and apparent dullness, it's certainly not a classic due to the rather restricting gameplay, but it's still a potentially absorbing and value for money giving sort of game. That was reviewed by Rich Pelly, and his bottom line is A reasonably simple but undeniably vast space exploration type game. Fun but rather too limiting, and he gave it 58%. Then we come to new budget. Yes, it's true, the Prism Leisure Corporation recently gave expensive at all price of $2.99. Bloody hell, said the the man who's just played 12 of them, Stuart. So let's see what they're like. These are the range of the Prism $2.99 games. First one is Plutos, published by Prism, of course. Plutos is a vertically scrolling space blast, strongly reminiscent of the arcade game Earth Force. The graphics are small but atmospheric, and while it's easy to start with, it gets very challenging a few levels in. That's about all there is to say about it, really, except that it's very playable and pretty addictive. I really liked it, and while undoubtedly shows its age, the gameplay is timeless. In fact, in pure gameplay terms, I think this is a better game than the legendary Xenon 2. After Quantox, Plutos is probably the best game in this range, and is well worth getting however much money you've got. 67%. Then he reviews Karting Grand Prix. Yet another Anko game from yesteryear. This Super Sprint clone looks not unlike Codemaster's recent Super Grand Prix. That's pretty much where the similarity ends, though, as this game has neither the wealth of options nor the playability of the Code Rooney's effort. The tracks are too narrow, the control system is uncomfortable and illogical, there are some unnecessary complications like choosing your sprocket type before the race, and the action never really gets going for more than 3 seconds at a time. He gives it only 30%. Next, he reviews Flight Path 737. Blimey, this one's going back a bit. Originally released by Anko in 1987 and on 8-bit before that. Flight Path is a flight sim. It's got quite a nice title screen, and that's it. I don't want to sound too negative, but I never imagined, not in my worst nightmares, that an Amiga game could be this bad. The graphics are, well, words fail me, but I'll try. Totally, utterly, abysmally dreadful, just doesn't begin to convey the awfulness of it all. Nope, I can't do it. The words simply haven't been invented yet, I'm sorry, but this game is so bad, it's on a whole other plane of reality. If I never have to play it again, it'd be 4 billion lifetimes too soon. I can't tell you anymore. I'm just going to cry. And he gives it 6%, which, I dread to think what a 1% game if he has that reaction to a 6%. Then the next Prism game he reviews is Football Manager. Now we're talking. One of the legends of computer gaming, Football Manager has sold hundreds of thousands of copies on every conceivable format from ZX81 to MSX to Atari ST. A classic strategy game. Is still massively addictive today, though it's been out-featured by practically every other game in the genre since. This Amiga version, sadly, isn't half as good as even the Spectrum one. The match highlights, the game's centrepiece, are unbelievably slow and tedious, and without their hook, the gameplay is left looking as slight as it actually is. Dig out your old 8-bit and play it on that instead. He only gives it 19%. It then carries on over the page with games in $2.99 shocker. These are more of the Prisms. Yeah, so the tagline is, yes, it's true. The Prism Leisure Corporation recently gave the software industry a bit of a shock by announcing the release of a range of Amiga games retailing at the not very expensive at all price of $2.99. Bloody hell, said the industry. That's a bit of a turn up for the books. These games must be utter crap. And are they? The only person who knows is the man who's just played 12 of them, Stuart Campbell. Note that the making of these games makes little allowance for their price. Crap is crap, even at $2.99. So then he reviews the next game, which is Frostbite. Here's another game that dates back to the 8-bits, a platform arcade adventure sort of thing that got some good reviews when it originally came out. It also has a distinction of being probably the only game in which you ever got to play a Slinky, the weird metal spring toy that was popular for 5 minutes in 1978. It's not a bad game either, pitched at just the right level of toughness to keep you coming back for more, while being different enough to be fairly interesting. The graphics are no better than the 8-bit, but it's well worth a look all the same. And he gives it 57%. Then he reviews Hotshot. This is a strange looking game that was the recipient of some considerable hype when it first saw the light of day in 1988. A bizarre mix of pinball and breakout. It's initially very confusing in play, and even after a goodly number of games, I'm still not really comfortable with the seemingly arbitrary control system. Play is slow and disjointed, and while the two-player competitive mode adds an element of competition, even that is not very enthralling. Hot Shot is certainly novel, unlike most of the games in this batch from Prism, but unfortunately it's also very boring, and he gives it 34%. I think that was the only one I actually bought of the Prism labels, which clearly if I read these reviews properly I would have chosen better, because it wasn't very good, Hot Shots. His next review is Quantox. This says, the screenshots on the packaging of this one sent expectations plummeting, but without foundation, as it's actually turned out to be rather good. Quantox is a dead, simple shoot-'em-up game with Jeff Minter's overtones, but it's fast, smooth, slick and pretty, and it kept me entranced for ages. Lots of little bonus games stop it from getting repetitive, and even the power-ups have a nice touch of imagination about them. In fact, I'll go as far to say that this one is one of the most original blasters I've seen in a long time. This has to represent, then, something of a major bargain, and he gives it 75%. Then we have Seconds Out. You remember the old arcade game Punch-Out, or the 8-bit clone Frank Bruno's Boxing? Then you'll be instantly familiar with this Tynesoft Thumperama. It's a fairly standard boxing game in which your character is transparent, enabling you to see the other boxer and hopefully clobber him senseless. It's a game that's immediately limited by its choice of subject material, but it's not too badly done at all for what it is. The main drawback is that it turns into something of a guessing game quite quickly, and hence little skill was involved. Still reasonable minus violence at the price. He gives it 39%. Then the next review is Warzone, a strange mix of two game styles. Again, this one is a cross between Ikari Warriors and Scramble. You control a little armoured car which moves up a constantly scrolling screen, trying to shoot the baddies and avoid being trapped against walls and crushed. It's not exactly fast moving, and the graphics seem for the most part to consist of yellow desertscapes with not very much happening in them. It suffers from poor control, response and chronically unimaginative game design too. And whilst Warzone certainly isn't the worst game in this batch, it is a long way short of being the best. What does it make in terms of an Amiga software in 1991? Pretty crap, I'm afraid. And he gives it 24%. Mousetrap. Yes, this is better. Mousetrap has been around for donkey years since its original release by Microvalue back in 1987 to be exact, and it remains now what it was then, a fun little game. It's a platform game very much in the tradition of Manic Miner, and it's simple to play but tough to beat. The graphics are pretty primitive, but in a charming kind of way. While the music is appalling, it somehow seems to fit quite nicely. You get dozens of screens for your money, and they're all pretty challenging, so there's enough fun in here to keep you playing for at least a good few hours. Technically, I must admit it's useless, but who gives a monkey about things like that? 60%. Then he reviews Space Station. Old-fashioned platform arcade adventures aren't really something you see much of nowadays, probably because they're old-fashioned. But when you get a good one, it can really knock the socks off almost anything else. A pity then that Space Station is only average. But hey, there are a lot worse things to be than average, as much of the Prism collection shows. The only really remarkable thing about Space Station is the sound, which is absolutely hideous, but otherwise those of you with a low thrill threshold will find it engrossing for quite a while, or at least engrossing enough to make you forget how bad it looks and sounds. Not bad for the money at all really, 44%. And then finally, oh dear, these reviews Protector. On looking at the packaging, this 1986 game, you could easily be forgiven for thinking this is some sort of reasonable looking Defender clone. You'd be mistaken though, as it is in fact the worst Defender clone it's been my misfortune to stumble across. It features shamefully garish graphics, the most laughable attempt at simulating Defender's inertial movement system I've ever seen, totally ridiculous gameplay mechanics like homing missiles that are completely unavoidable unless you take your craft to the very bottom of the screen, whereupon they harmlessly and inexplainably self-destruct. And look, just don't buy it, okay? And he gives it 6%. So this time there's the budget release of Kickoff and Gary Lineker's Hot Shot. So in true crazy spirit, they've decided to do a comparison. They say it's a game of two halves, Brian. Both newly re-released on budget, we've pitted Kickoff against Gary Lineker's Hot Shot. And it says underneath, this month sees the re-release of two overhead view football games. One being possibly the most popular Amiga sports sim ever, at least it was until the release of its sequel, Kickoff 2, and the other one being Gary Lineker Hot Shot. The former Anco's legendary Kickoff comes complete with the extra time expansion disc, initially released as an optional add-on, and retails at £7.99 on the Top Shots label. Hot Shots was originally released by Gremlin in a quiet sort of way, and now comes courtesy of USG's Kicks label, that's US Gold, also selling for £7.99. We put them up against each other for a head-to-head comparison, but it's not the foregone conclusion you might expect it to be. You see, the referee for this particular grudge match is Stuart Campbell, quite possibly the only person in the Northern Hemisphere to think that Kickoff 2 is a big pile of donkey doings, and a man taking a look at that game's predecessor for the first time. Mind you, he doesn't like Gary Lineker much either. Right, let's see what Stuart Campbell has to say this. He says, Kickoff 2, utter guff or what? It is to be the all-time Emperor's New Clothing of Amiga software. Near unplayable game, not exactly the same as the one before it, selling for £20 and upwards. I loathed it, and I wasn't expecting to like its equally popular parent one little bit. Always ready to be persuaded though, I loaded these two games up and ran a series of comparisons in two major areas: program quality and game realism. Within these are certain subcategories, but they're pretty self-explanatory. So let's get on with it. So let's go on the first section, programming. So then we have graphics. Well, it's hands down victory for Kickoff here. It looks absolutely gorgeous. You couldn't ask for an Amiga football game to look any better than this. Hot Shots is crude by comparison, dully coloured with unrealistic pitch stripes and the penalty spot disappearing during play. Kickoff he gives 9 and Hot Shots 5. Sound, Kickoff comes trumps again, although neither game particularly impresses. Anco's game has significantly superior crowd noise, and in Hot Shots there's an uncomfortably long pause between scoring a goal and the crowd cheering to it. He gives Kickoff 7 and Hot Shots 4. Speed, no contest here either. Kickoff is Carl Lewis, where Hot Shots is Lewis Carroll. Hot Shot isn't actually all the slow. Hot Shot isn't actually all that slow in its own right, but it simply can't compete with Kickoff. He gives Kickoff 8 and Hot Shot 6. Playability, a bit of a comeback for Hot Shot and no mistake. Even after many hours of playing Kickoff, I still find myself having very little feeling of control. The ball whizzes around in a seemingly random directions, and many brilliant attacking positions collapsed as the ball shot off into the stands of its own accord. I also put in a few scything tackles that were actually attempts to trap the ball. Hot Shot uses the altogether friendlier ball sticks to feet system, which is less sophisticated but a lot more practical. So he gives Kickoff 5, Hot Shots 8. Features. You'll expect that coming with all the features of an expansion disc, Kickoff would come out tops here, and that's exactly the case. You can vary the pitch type, the skill of the opposition, your team's tactics, and some of the ball's travelling properties. On the other hand, Hot Shot does allow you to change the team's strip colour and name, which is as good as it is a bit dull being called Joystick 1 all the time in Kickoff. Then again, Kickoff does let you change ends at half time, whereas Hot Shot, you have to shoot down the screen. unnatural and uncomfortable in both halves. Sadly, neither game includes an action replay, so marks off all round. Kickoff he gives 8 and Hot Shots gives 6. But now we come to the more important section, which is the game. Running. Running with the ball in kickoff is practically impossible. In Hot Shots, it's easy and realistic. You go slower with the ball than without, and so superior. He gives kickoff 3 and Hot Shots 8. Passing. Kickoff has a radar scanner showing the positions of all the players and a semi-intelligent ball. It always heads in the direction of one of your players, but Hot Shot relies pretty much on luck. In Kickoff, though, you very rarely, if ever, have time to look at the scanner, so its usefulness is dubious. But he does give Kickoff 7 and Hot Shot 3. Then we get tackling. This is probably the major gameplay strong point of Hot Shot. Tackling is easy and realistic. You can perpetrate and be victim of some vicious-looking chops which somehow escape the ref's attention. Foul your own players or even take out 2 opponents with one particularly good slide. Fun compared to Kickoff's all-or-nothing approach and all-seeing officials. Kickoff he gives 5 and Hot Shots he gives 9. Then we get shooting. Pretty much like passing, but Hot Shot suffers from having a single tactic, which more often than not results in a goal. I won't spoil it for you by telling you what it is, whereas Kickoff's drawback is by the time you get close enough to the goal to take a shot, the ball often totally out of control and heading straight for the arms of the keeper or over the byline. He gives Kickoff 6 and Hot Shots 5. Penalties. Both are dire, I'm afraid. Only Kickoff gives you any control over the goalkeeper, but it's rather a token effort from the kicker's side. Hot Shot is slightly more friendly as direction control is easier, has much less tendency to blaze a ball right over the crossbar, which Kickoff tends to do with annoying regularity. But he gives it joint Kickoff 4 and Hot Shots 4. Then free kicks. Equally hopeless in both games. He gives Kickoff 2 and Hot Shots 2. Corners and throw-ins. Again, both games take much the same approach. There's not much to choose between them. Hot Shot just wins out by having an on-screen power indicator. He gives Kickoff 7 and Hot Shot 8. So, the summary. So overall, where does that leave us? The final scores is Kickoff 71 and Hot Shot 68. Ruddy heck, that was close. Much to my surprise, Kickoff turned out to be superior to its illustrious follow-up, mainly by virtue of it being possible to score now and again. But Hot Shot outperformed its almost non-existent reputation considerably. The real distinction is that Kickoff is more like football and Hot Shot is more like arcade football game. So bear those facts in mind and make your own decision. Helpful of me, eh? In fact, at these prices, it might even be worth getting both of them. We then continue with more reviews, and the first one is Budokan, Electronic Arts at £9.99. Despite the fact that these martial arts things often turn out to be pretty boring and repetitive, IK aside, there's one actually got quite a bit going for it. Not only is there karate, but there's also kendo, whacking each other with sticks, bow, prodding each other with sticks, and nunchaku, my personal favourite, uses a whip thing too. The first thing you have to do is Jiu Renshu, which, although I'm positive I enjoyed it once with fried rice, actually means practice fighting skills a bit against imaginary opponents. Not a bad idea, seeing as there's over 30 different moves per art, attained by taking into account whether the fire button has been pressed before, after, or while moving the joystick. It's a bit confusing at first, and to be honest, I seriously doubt you'll remember them all without the instructions open in front of you. Hopefully, you'll be playing in 2-player mode, and your friend will be having the exact same problem, because the computer opponents are rather less likely to forget what they're meant to be doing. What else is there to say about the game? Well, the sprites are crisp and well animated, and the backdrops are pretty, but the action lacks the frantic quality found in the best beat-em-ups. Personally, I'd say that this is all just a bit too serious and complicated to exploit its enjoyment potential to the full, even though it's undoubtedly one of the best games of its type around. That's reviewed by Rich Pelly, and he gives it, bottom line, a neat and well presented but far too taxing, monotonous, hand-to-hand, stick-to-stick martial art thingy. He gives it 64%. Then we have Wacky Darts by Codemasters at £6.99. And he says, this is Stuart Campbell reviewing, and he says, there are two words in a game title that are guaranteed to strike terror into the hearts of a reviewer. Those two words are darts and wacky. So it looked like there could be a nightmare in store with this recent Cody's release. Slightly worried, I took a good stiff drink, both for courage and to get into the spirit of the thing, and then plunged in. What I found was no more, no less than just another computer darts game with a wobbly hand cursor control system. Its main claim to fame being the pretty feeble humour that's been tacked onto it. Your opponents are a selection of bizarre characters who throw things other than darts at the board, like the Rambo-like character, for example, fires a bazooka at it, and an option for up to 8 players at a time. Wow. Actually, I'm not being entirely accurate about the control system, as it also uses an unnecessarily complicated trajectory feature, which makes it significantly harder to hit your chosen target than usual, though admittedly only on certain numbers. Actually, I'm finding it difficult to write anything interesting about the game at all, actually. This is perfectly adequate computer darts sim, but it's about as wacky as Prince Edward. And his bottom line is that old reviewer standby, perhaps a good game for the younger player if you like computer darts, is fine but unremarkable and too easy. He gives it 50%. Okay, then we get Lombard RAC Rally by the Hit Squad at £7.99. We say here, this is a driving game with a difference. The idea is here isn't to hurtle around dangerous speeds and beat hundreds of other cars. In Lombard RAC Rally, your main opponent is the clock, and belting around with your metaphorical foot to the metaphorical floor is liable to result in you zooming off the edge of a metaphorical mounting track and smashing your car to metaphorical bits. The game looks not unlike Accolade's Test Drive series and moves swiftly with genuine sense of lurching stomach as you plunge into road dips, bounce over blind hills, and career uncontrollably into dark and solid trees when doing the forest run in the fog. There are ample of opportunities to sharpen up your driving skills in practice stages before trying the full rally, although you can pretty much jump straight in if you prefer, and a goodly number of different scenarios and driving conditions to keep you interested. Bad points? The map carried by your co-driver is a bit useless. The collision detection is touch iffy, and it does eventually get a little bit repetitive. There's an awful lot of roads to drive along, and most of them look much the same. But that's about all. For a game that's essentially a simulation, Lombard RAC Rally is more fun than it ought to be. And at this price, you can't really go wrong. That's reviewed by Stuart Campbell, and his bottom line is possibly a minority interest, but if you think you can handle some repetitiveness, it's worth a shot. Then we get Xenon 2 by Mirror Image, and this is £10.99. There are things to be said against Xenon 2, of course. Collision detection sometimes seems a little wobbly, to say the least, and the gameplay doesn't really vary very much. Vertical scrollers never give you all that much room to move at the best of times, but these objections are thoroughly trounced by the simple experience of it. It's not often that a computer game graphics have been so thoroughly arcade-like. Indeed, Xenon 2 even out-arcade's actual coin-up licenses. It's hard to think of any other game that's bolted quite so many weapons onto a single spaceship, and never has music added quite so much to a game. The game is almost worth it for the sound alone. Make no mistake, Xenon 2 at £10.99 has to be one of the bargains, if not the bargain of the year. So what makes it so good? Well, the presentation is lovely, that Assault on Precinct 13 tune by Bomb the Bass, the gorgeous gorgeous shop sequence, the film-like credits. The gameplay itself is competent, verging on the clever, but never really any better than that. But you can't get away from the fact that it's the graphics that carry it off. Just look at the screenshot below. Arcade for Amiga. Who can tell? Then buy it. It'd be worth the money, if only to impress your friends. And that's reviewed by Matt Bilby, and he says, bottom line, an audio-visual banquet hung around the skeleton of a fairly ordinary but pretty tough vertical scrolling blaster. Still one of the most impressive Amiga games around in terms of sheer, impressiveness. And he gives it 82%. Then we come up to Predator, another Hit Squad release. This is £7.99. Another timely re-release, for this game follows hard on the heels of Predator 2 from Activision, reviewed in last issue, where it collected an unimpressive 53% from Gary. It's as simple as its sequel, being a very straightforward, horizontally scrolling shoot-'em-up, disguised only by some excellent atmospheric sound. The game itself lacks action, consisting of the main part of trogging uneventfully through the jungle, occasionally being hit by a string of bullets from off-screen and having to shoot a few soldiers now and again for reasons curiously unexplained by the plot, which distinctly implies that the soldiers were your buddies, that they're all dead now. Sometimes the screen will change colour and a little triangle will appear and move around a bit, and you'll have to avoid it for 5 seconds or so. This is the eponymous Predator main role in the game. The triangle is his gun sight, and if you were thinking that might make the game feel a bit light on confrontational tension, you'll be right. The jungle maze is a bit of a Platoon, now also on the Hit Squad label, and works in a very similar way, and as well as being actually better at doing much the same thing, it's just one of the several varied sections which make Platoon a much better buy at the same price. Get that instead. That's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. His bottom line is, high in the atmosphere but sadly lacking in the gameplay. Slow, unexciting and generally quite dull. Then we get to some more reviews. The virus-free PD. I still worry why they have to call that out. I will actually call out the game Cave Runner. I can see number 595 of those games. I mean, obviously Mega Galactic Llamas is awesome, but Cave Runner is a really good Boulder Dash clone. Okay, let's go on to the PD section. And it says, public domain. To get straight to the point is free software. That doesn't mean it's crap though. In fact, it can often prove a lot more fun to play than the stuff you pay for, and there's a lot of it about too. Your guide to the best, Mr. Stuart Campbell. They continue, free software, eh? How can that possibly work? The answer is surprisingly simple. It usually consists of games or utilities not quite up to commercial quality, often nowhere near commercial quality and not really intended to be either. So PD programmers make their stuff freely available to anyone who wants it, usually through PD libraries. The libraries aren't allowed to charge for the actual software, but can take a fee for the cost of the disk, the cost of duplication, and their time. This fee varies from library to library, but is usually somewhere between 99p and £3. Most of the games in this review are available from various places on various discs. Much of the time, PD comes on compilation discs with several games per disc and at various prices, so shop around for the best deal that suits you. The addresses given are where we happen to get our own copies from, and that's it really. The nice thing about PD games, and there are literally hundreds of them, we've just picked some of our favourites, is that while they may be graphically awful, the gameplay is often gorgeously simple and enjoyable to play. That's right, they're exact polar opposite of many full-price games. Okay, the first one they review, I love this game, it's Drip. Virus-free PD is where they bought it, and the Disc Games Galore Volume 1. And this comes on a disc packed with good stuff, including the superb Space Invader clone and a good version of Amiga Power's all-time top 100 game, Shanghai. Drip is the star of the show, though, a near professional quality arcade thing based on the old painter games of yore. The idea is simple. and not a million miles away from Pac-Man. You race around the maze of pipes chased by a couple of baddies, all the while trying to colour in all the pipes without getting splattered. There are occasional power-ups that allow you to chase the baddies or make yourself invincible, and a few other little surprise extras, but basically it's as complicated as breathing. The game is great fun, but the most striking aspect is just how lovingly it's been put together. It's packed with little details and high quality presentation, and certainly as a budget game at least would have been well worth blowing a few quid on. The fact that you can get it for next to nothing and with several other good games thrown in makes it a bargain that you would have to be clinically insane to pass up. His verdict is buy it now or check straight into Mavis Riley's home for the debilitating bewildered. He gives it 5-star but black, which means nearly there. Likewise, they review Mega Galactic Llamas, another virus-free PD, Disc 843. Fed up with state-of-the-art, bored silly with multiple disc games and staggering animation, sampled sounds and graphics taken straight from the arcades? No? Well, this isn't a game for you, so I wouldn't bother reading the rest of the review. Mega Galactic Llamas is, wait for it, a conversion of an original VIC-20 game by Jeff Minter from 5 or 6 years ago. It was a pretty original kind of shoot-'em-up in its day, a single screen affair where you zapped a lot of spiders by hitting them with llama spit, reflected off a barrier which you could move up and down while your llama ran left or right along the bottom. It was strange but interesting system and made for a novel and challenging game at the time, and nothing's really changed today. And I do mean nothing. Not the graphics, not the sound, not, well, properly souped up 1991 version of the game might have been a good idea. This is still as fun as it stands. If you are a VIC-20 owner, I'll take you the pleasure back in time for the next few hours. Verdict. A bit of a laugh, really, fun for nostalgic reasons, but actually a nice game into the bargain. And he gives it 3 stars, which of course means has its moments. Then there's Crazy Pede, which they got it from Softville, Disc U Games 3. Okay, who remembers Snake? One of the very earliest computer games involved where controlling a snake, so no surprises there, which slithered around the screen eating food, and every time it ate, it got a piece of food, its tail grew longer. And if it's crushed into its tail, it died. The snake's other characteristic was that it just couldn't stop moving. In this totally strange game, Snake is being crossed with Pac-Man to produce one of the most frustratingly addictive games I've seen all month. You control the snake by rotating it with the mouse buttons, and it speeds off as soon as there's a space in front of it. You'll need incredible concentration and reaction speeds to compete even the easiest of the game's 4 levels. And with another 3 respectable games on the disc, this is another practically free bargain and a half. Verdict. Another mix of game styles result in a brilliant game that had been glued to the screen for ages. Then the next game reviewed is World Tricks by Virus Free PD, and this is off the disc Games Galore Volume 2. Moving right back to the present day, World Tricks is a version of the recently released Tetris sequel Worldtris, and except for the background pictures, it looks and plays exactly the same. Astonishingly enough, it's like Tetris but played in a well, where there is 4 sides and the pieces can fall down instead of Tetris ones. The pieces can be rotated, moved around the walls and dropped to the bottom using the cursor keys. It's a touch awkward, but not too much of a flaw. The game is pretty easy to get to grips with, and though not quite as sublimely addictive as its predecessor, it'll keep you entertained for many an hour. Compared to the full-price Infogrames version, this holds up very well indeed, with several other games on the disc, including a good Othello. It's excellent value. And they give a verdict that makes the official version practically redundant, and he gives it 4 stars. Then it comes to X-rated wares. Now this is interesting. The game X System originally appeared in the office under the banner Exclusiveware and was originally intended to be PD. But when Virus Free PD saw the game, they negotiated a deal with the author whereby they would be the whole distributor of the software and they would actually sell. Thus it goes out out at £3.99, including post and package, with 50% going to the author. The game comes on 2 discs and is very slickly done, using Amos, Deluxe Paint 3 and several other professional development tools to produce something which has a distinctly commercial feel to it. Sadly though, it falls into the opposite trap to most PD, being pretty to look at but bereft of any real gameplay. The game itself is rather confusing and boring, and our copy was prone to crashing every other time we lost a life. And it needs 1 meg too. As the intro trumpets, this game certainly isn't PD, and it's right too. It's not that good. Then we come to a beautiful advert of the Premier Mail Order. Now I'm going to actually look through, I think, of these lists of games and choose ones that don't appear anywhere on the sort of like their bottom line section. There's some upcoming games, of course. If it's got a star against it, it's upcoming. One thing I find interesting is Assault on Alcatraz, because of course that was just simply called Alcatraz, being the sequel to Hostage, and I really love that game, but that's yet to be released at this time, hence the asterisk, and they were selling it for £16.99. One of the things that's cool, you can get some old games. So Batman Cape Crusader, only £5.99. Love the intro music of Batman Cape Crusader, and I loved it on the Spectrum. But yes, I mean, I guess it is the same game pretty much as the 8-bits, but I don't know, it just feels a lot more aged. It hasn't aged well, but I do have a soft spot for the Batman Cape Crusader games, even if it's a bit samey. Then I'm going to mention Buck Rogers at 1 meg. This is £19.99 and is a really good little RPG. It's one that you don't often see these days. I think it's a really good, I think it's Countdown to Doomsday off the top of my head. Then there's CJ's Elephant Antics. I have to throw this in, £5.99, and worth it just to be able to put that cheat in. I love that, the itchy something holes that I mentioned earlier. Then there's Continental Circus, which of course is a really good Tato arcade conversion, does quite a good job. Definitely recommend that. Then there's Escape from the Colditz. Yeah, what a classic. I think Escape from the Colditz is really, really cool. It's kind of sort of like the isometric, a bit like Great Escape. Then there's Ferrari Formula 1. This is like a quite an interesting sort of from behind racing game. Only £7.99. Not as good as obviously your Turbo Lotus Esprits or anything like that, but still pretty good nevertheless. Then there's Football Manager World Cup at £9.99, and that's basic, but I guess it's nice to see a later versions. Then you have Hounds of Shadow. Yes, a £7.99, a text adventure that is, of course, Lovecraftian. Awesome. Then, It Came from the Desert. 1 meg only, of course. I know I've mentioned It Came from the Desert, £1.99, but, you know, to get that for £14.99, I adore this game, set in the 50s and, of course, up against the ants. But also, they have for £9.99 Ant Heads, which is It Came from the Desert data disc. And that is a totally new continuing story. This time, people are actually turning into part human, part ants, basically ant heads. And it's a fascinating, interesting story spin-off. Really, really good. Obviously set in all the same scenes, but totally different storyline. Then you've got all the King's Quest games. Of course, they're Sierra. Yeah, just interesting ones. I mean, obviously so undeniably important to the history of graphical adventure games. And whilst they got absolutely superseded by later games, they're still a lot of fun. And amazingly, you know, you could play from King's Quest, King's Quest 2, King's Quest 3 and King's Quest 4. Then we have Crystal. I'm trying to remember what that is, but we'll have a look on the video with that, but that's a new one to me. Then Leather Goddess, as they call it here, but of course it's Leather Goddess of Phobos. Another text adventure, a little bit raunchy this one and a lot of fun. Only £7.99, another budget Infocom title. Then there's License to Kill, of course the James Bond classic, £6.99. I preferred this on the Spectrum, it's rock hard, but God, it does look beautiful in the Amiga version. I do like it for that. Then I'm going to shout out Nightbreed. Now, there was 2 versions of this. Obviously, Nightbreed is here for £16.99. That was the action game, which is one that I didn't own and is, well, it was pretty average, not the greatest. But even worse / better was Nightbreed, the adventure game. or RPG as they say here. This was the one that you got with the Screen Gems pack, which is what I got with my Amiga. Amazing graphics, of course, based on the both of these are based on the Clive Barker film of the same name, a real cult classic. And this had great graphics, followed quite closely, but it was terrible gameplay. It was just full of little mini games, but it was quite spooky at the same time. I don't know, I have this morbid love of the game. I think it was because it came with my Amiga that I forced myself to play it, I guess. Then I'm going to shout out Quattro for £9.99, and this has 4 pretty good, certainly I have fond memories of them, games on it for £9.99, Codemaster games. And the first is a BMX simulator. This is kind of like a overhead, I don't know what you call it, super sprint style game, and actually pretty good. And then there's Italia 90. Actually, I quite enjoyed this game. I have lovely memories of it. It was one of the first games I'd played on the Amiga in a lot of ways. I remember it coming out. Then there's Advanced Ski. This is pretty okayish, you know, has different slopes and tough time limits. And then Pro Tennis, a really good tennis game. Of course, bettered by its sequel, but that's pretty good, actually, I would say, for a lineup of 4. Then we have Rockstar Ate My Hamster for £4.99. And yeah, Rockstar Ate My Hamster was just brilliant. I loved it on the Spectrum. But of course, on the Amiga, it was really good because it had the same graphics. Basically, you had to choose your group of stars that your band, and they're all spin-off parodies of existing rock stars. And it was hilarious. And yes, the gameplay was a little, you know, unforgiving. You just, you know, make decisions and there were lots of random death, but it was just fun. And I still love it to this day. Now, all this is interesting. Rotator. Now, of course, it shows it's not released, and that's very true because it got cancelled. Rotator eventually limped out in 2020. You know, they got the, I think it was a Thanos game, I think. I'm going from memory here. But yeah, it never got released, but it was released in 2020. So I'll be showing you footage of the game that finally came out. Then there's RVF Honda. Yes, you know, this is obviously no way as good as games like Super Hang-On, but it was a pretty good little racer. Particularly famous, it came part of the 10-star bundles, so you know a lot of people played it, including me, through that because I knew people who had the early Amigas, and that's what some of the packing games. Other ones to shout out: Silent Service, that's a good submarine simulator. Oh, Sly Spy, I mean that was pretty good on the Amiga, if I seem to remember. Obviously nowhere near as good as the arcade, but you wouldn't expect it. That's £16.99. Oh, Sabutio, £16.99. That was, I used to love Sabutio as a kid, like in terms of the actual physical Sabutio. So I remember getting this on the Spectrum. I never really sat down and play it on the Amiga because it wasn't very good. Yeah, that's probably all the ones I'd recommend there. I mean, I'd certainly buy Super Hang-On for £5.99. It's pretty good prices, these, aren't they? You know, considering they started off at like £25, you know, £16.99 for Supercast 2. That was only released a few months ago, and Switchblade 2, £16.99. So you could get things a lot cheaper. Other ones to flag is Test Drive 2 and all the add-on packs. Yeah, Test Drive was an interesting title, trying to do simulation before technology was there, really. But yeah, I mean, it was a fun enough game, I guess. I was never really a fan. And then there's Warlords. Trying to remember what Warlords was. Oh yes, Warlords was like a turn-based strategy game. Actually, it was all right. I quite like Warlords. £19.99 though, and 1 meg. Yeah, so many. I mean, this gives you a sense. There's just so many classic games. I mean, we're even doing this deep dive. We are only touching the surface of the games that have come out prior. Then there's a review of New Computer Express. This was a weekly future publishing magazine. I never got it because it was, quite frankly, inferior to Games X. Games X was a far better magazine and what I personally put my money on. But yeah, I mean, yeah, say sister magazine. I found it quite dry from the little I read of it. You know, subsequently I've read about it. Right, then you get a competition. So what's a CDTV anyway, they ask. You know already, you clot. After all, you've read the 3-page feature we've run on earlier in the mag, haven't you? You haven't? Well, rush off back there at this instant. It's on page 52 and only come back when you've finished. Right, the CDTV is a very polished looking 1 meg Amiga lacking a keyboard attached to a CD player and cloaked by A, video recorder style black case, and B, a multi-million-pound ad campaign trying to tell you that whatever it isn't a computer. It's also quite possibly the most desirable street cred piece of kit is possible to own at the moment, and as such an ideal competition prize, wouldn't you say? It'll even run CDs of Delphine's earlier cinematic effort Future Wars, but that's by the by. Almost as desirable and street cred but not quite are the 10 copies of classic board game Cluedo we've got for the runners-up. Not unlike Cruise in design, well, they're both period Agatha Christie-esque murder mysteries anyway. It's the ideal way for family and friends to while away during those long summer afternoons. So what do I have to do? It's simple. Here's a little Cruise for a Corpse style scenario. We want you to complete it and tell us who the murderer was. The winner will be the person who comes up with the wittiest and most convincing explanation. Anyway, the scenario. Gary Penn is found dead in the Amiga Power offices by the cleaner when he comes round at 5 o'clock one afternoon. There's no visible murder weapon and his corpse appears unmarked. Equally, none of the rest of the Amiga Power team are to be found. It's not surprising that Matt Bilby isn't around, as he's meant to be out to the office for the day, visiting, of all people, US Gold, though suspiciously they say he never turned up. And the other, Matt Williams, the art assistant, has taken the day off at short notice. But the rest of the staff should be there and aren't. Even odder, the 2 ad sales girlies, Alison and Suzanne, have disappeared too. About 10 minutes after the cleaner discovers the body, Mark Ramshaw wanders in claiming he's just come back from the dental appointment. And before he left, around an hour beforehand, everyone had been at their desks and working normally. He has no explanation for what happened to Mr. Penn. You were called in by the local constabulary to uncover the mystery who killed Gary Penn. What could be easier? Simply jot down your explanation legibly, please, and send it to Who Killed Gary Penn Competition, Amiga Power, 29 Monmouth Street, Bath, BA1 2BW. Don't forget to add your name and address and make sure your entry arrives before the closing date of July the 31st, 1991. Yeah, God, I wonder what the murder would be. I think he was killed by playing the terrible port of Outrun. Killed him and then they were all had to go off and play the original Outrun, all the survivors, but he was too close as the actual game player and died. But what do you think, listeners? What would you have put as the winning competition? Then you get more adverts. These are the black and white sections. Then you get their subscription. Yeah, I would love to subscribe. You get one of 3 games. Really good. Gods, Lemmings or Speedball. Awesome. Then you get more adverts. Post Haste. A few more games there new. Anarchy, that's a great game, £7.99, yes please. Yeah, Anarchy's a great sort of Defender clone. And Bionic Commando, that's great as well, £6.99. Boulder Dash Construction Kit at £4.99. Yeah, I mean, I prefer it on the 8-bits, but hey, I'll take it at that price. Captain Fizz, that's quite a weird little overhead little shooter run around, £6.99. Oh, Exelon, £4.99. And if I remember rightly, not particularly good on the Amiga, but we'll have a look. Garrison 1 and 2 for £6.99. A complete and shameless rip-off of Gauntlet. So yeah, not bad getting both games there. Of course, there is Gauntlet 2. They're selling for £1 more, £7.99. And to be honest, that is the better game. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, one of the best Infocom adventures, actually co-written by Douglas Adams. He actually wrote some of the text for the game. So really good for lovers of that amazing book series or the TV, so less so with the film. Hong Kong Phooey. Oh, you got to love a bit of licensed cartoons. £6.99. Yeah, I remember it being average. Hostages, I think we covered that before. £7.99 though. Pretty good. Oh, Pac-Mania. Awesome. Pac-Mania is really good on the Amiga. I quite like it. Very, very good. Then Planetfall. Oh, great. Another Infocom adventure. I do love them. Quite humorous as well. Oh, Power Play. That's that Sleeping God's Lie, isn't it? I think, or I can't remember the full name, but it's, I remember that was part of the 10-star bundle. That's £6.99 there. Pub Trivia. My word, £4.99. I do like the Pub Trivia. Raider. I presume that means Ball Raider. Good little bat and ball game, £4.99. Yeah, Road Blasters, £7.99. That was, I thought, quite a good little version on the Amiga. Probably memories, when I play it, I'll have a different view. And then Rough and Ready for £6.99, another cartoon licensed classic. I remember this on the 8-bits, quite liking it. Need to give it a go. A Shuffle Putt Cafe, also £6.99. I adore Shuffle Putt Cafe. Really, really good. I love the game. We have covered it in one of our podcasts. Then Skate of the Art. I love it's a terrible game, £6.99. It is awful, but you've got to love the name Skate of the Art. Very, very good. Then that'll probably be Weird Dreams. Yeah, that's another interesting one. £9.99. No gameplay to speak of, but amazing graphics and sound. Probably mostly famous. It was done as a phone-in on one of the kids shows. I think they tried to do later Magic Pockets as well, but yeah, it's just a weird game, but is interesting. And Wishbringer, another text adventure game, very, very good. And then you've got Yogi's Great Escape, another cartoon classic, £6.99. My word. Yeah, I would buy all of these in a heartbeat. Then you got the serious software. I mean, ones I would call out, of course, Deluxe Paint 3, £54.99. They were expensive things, but really amazing paint package. I mean, to put it in perspective, Photon Paint's only £6.99, but, compared to Deluxe Paint 3, that would be the one you wanted to buy. Likewise, Amos was £35.99, a great development tool. There was also DevPack 2, which was £49.99, which was for the serious programmers. But for people like me that only could do basic, this was great. Amos, really, really good. Then you get Riverdine PDL, and they have some PD games. Of course, they've mentioned some of the ones that we've covered, or Stuart Campbell covered rather in the other pages. But they do add Pac-Man 87 here, which, I really like Pac-Man 87. It's quite an interesting Pac-Man game, plays quite well and has a lot more variety to a lot of the levels. Really good if you like those sort of games. Then we come to the bottom line. Now, obviously, I'll do that at the end as usual. Then we get to Do the Right Thing. Lots of letters come in. Dear Mr. Bilby, congratulations on a good first issue. Informative and amusing, but as a father of two, 12 and 7 years, I object to finding it necessary to print such foul language. I refer to the cheat mode code for New Zealand Story. I hope I don't have to censor the next edition before my children can read it. And that was Palmer, Carshalton, Surrey. There are few perfectly convincing arguments for printing that particular cheat code. The fact that it's information that prove useful to a large proportion of our readers, and that we can't help what form it actually takes, for one, and equally, I could defend ourselves by saying we did print it backwards, so you only had to read it if you really wanted to. And very young children might have had problems decoding it anyway. But instead, I'll just apologise for any embarrassment, inconvenience it may have caused, and undertake to think very carefully before printing anything as strong as that again. Okay? The next letter is, yo, I haven't written a magazine for ages. So I said, what the hell? Why not write to that colourful young fig of a mag, Amiga Power? First, the bad news. Your first issue was only excellent. It could have been much better. Here's how. For start, make it bigger so you can include all the ideas I'm about to present. Include more bitching like you did with the Killing Cloud and Street Hockey. It's great. With your Gallup charts, you should also include a quarterly sold over the past month and since its release. Make the letters section huge. Letters are a very interesting part of any magazine and are often given too little space. I remember how fondly Crash and Zap used to have loads of letter pages. They were brilliant. Also, the letters have people slagging off what other people said are great. When you're doing interviews with programmers, ask them more about the usual what's the new game about. We like to see people's programming the games A good start there was the interview with the assembly line. In most magazines nowadays, every time a swear word is used, you see a couple of stars to hide the offensive letters. This, I think, is utterly pathetic. If you're trying to make a point and want to express it strongly, then swear. Words are ideal, especially in cases of anger and stupidity. Parents probably get all hyped up and say that their magazine and books shouldn't be polluting their children's minds with such dirty words. But how many parents out there never swear? None. None of the swear words used nowadays the children knew light years before their parents anyway. Now for a message to all those people out there making games. A few handy tips. Make sure there's a bit of a challenge, unlike, say, Nitro. Include loads of atmosphere. Make it a bit thought-provoking. Include something that people can get a handle on, even like the humour in Chuck Rock or the gore in Elvira. How about adding something a bit educational under those glossy graphics, as in Sim Earth or Exile? And most importantly of all, make sure the game has emotion. How many people out there have played Kickoff 2 against a friend and never sworn? I'll tell you, none. You get involved in the game. Kickoff 2 has emotion and some definite no-nos. No high score table. These are always necessary for long-term interest, so people can actually see if they're getting better. A high score save feature improves last stability even more. No ending, or almost as bad, a crap one. People want more than just well done. You've just wasted 50 hours of your life playing this naff game. If all these companies can do great intro sequences, the least they can do is another one for people to actually finish the thing. No pause option. I hate it when you can't pause a game. I've been making this up on the spot, so sorry if it's a bit of a ramble. I look forward to a great future issues of Amiga Power. Right, I'm off to the pub. Till the sun rises again. Colin Maginty, Paris, France. Yes, you're right. It has been a bit of a ramble, but fairly interesting all the same. Seems like the swearing is actually a major plus point for some. I hope you enjoyed the New Zealand story cheat code, Colin. A few points similar to the ones he's made here cropped up in a number of the letters, but by far the most popular topic proved to be the old cover-mounted games on magazine chestnut. Here's a selection of the sort of letters we received. A few of them, unfortunately, from readers who'd chosen to remain anonymous. Have the courage of your convictions, people. If you've something to say, don't be afraid to put your name to it. Dear Amiga Power, I recently saw the ad for Amiga Power and Amiga Shopper in your sister mag Amiga format. At first, my reaction was core, mega reviews, colour screenshots, and wow, a free game with every issue too? That's for me, and only £2.95. I couldn't wait till April the 25th. But when I bought AF's May issue, I saw the free supplement. I flicked through every page and then read the full price. Games mounted on the front of mags is killing the software market, and that soon no 16-bit mags would ever carry a complete game. Sod the market software. Why not? I mean, about 50 to 75% of the top 100 games you reviewed can't be bought anymore. I've been trying everywhere to get System 3's IK Plus, for example, without success. So if you can't obtain it, or it's been deleted, why can't you give them away? If 8-bit mags can still give away 2 games, why can't 16-bits give just 1? I would rather get a free game in Amiga Power than pirate it through when it was first released, even though I don't do that sort of thing. I would like to get you to tell other people who own STs, Amstrads, Speckies and C64s to write to Future and other magazine companies and tell them their views, so that this crappy software market will do something about this stupid farce. I hope many other readers agree with me and write in. It looks like the computer industry has gone back down a step. The revolution of free games on mags has been destroyed. I only hope I have either misread the print or it was an April Fool. Oh well. Yours sadly, because of no free game in every ish, even though you promised Oddie Noddy, Noddyville, Land of Nod. Many others said the same. Then we get the Powermonger in the Style of Salvador Dali by Gary Carr of Bullfrog. Yeah, I never quite liked some of these, but they did do it at the beginning, sat in the style of where they take a game. Interesting though. And then that brings us to the final page adverts. You've got The Fight and The Fantasy, and it's got 4 games by Ocean reviewed, advertised here. There's Navy SEALs again, now being relegated from its full page ad to just its single. Billy the Kid, which we saw in that other review. Battle Command, another one that's obviously the sequel to Carrier Command. And the amazing Toki, which is just simply awesome. Brilliant game. And then on the back, we've got a full page ad for a new Ocean game of Darkman. I don't remember playing this game, but I do remember it coming out. They destroyed everything he had, all that he loved, everything that he was. Now crime has a new enemy and justice has a brand new face. Yeah, this was sort of like in the superhero movies and in the early days where it wasn't particularly good. Awesome. So I hope you enjoyed. That was the magazine. But of course, we're about to go back to the bottom line as usual. As I mentioned, I'm just adding in the new games that get referenced, not taking away anything. So we end up with a longer, but I'm figuring if you're listening and got this far, you don't care about the length of these videos. But, you know, more comprehensive. It seemed a shame to remove things. And I'll set it to different music as always. So until next time, boys and girls, keep it retro. And, please, thank you for listening so far. Please consider clicking like, subscribing and commenting. It really makes a huge difference to me because I just know people are enjoying these. Do take a lot of effort. So knowing that people are out enjoying them is really all I look for. But until next time, keep it retro and enjoy the bottom line.